Go.
Okay, we're actually good. Hello,
Yep.
everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Out of Pocket Podcast. Uh, as usual, I'm Zechs, and joining me today is Zeta. Um,
Hello.
Today we've got a probably like the most like out of nowhere stack thing because we've got some topics to discuss. I also forgot one thing to put on to load up before we started, but we can probably do that before as we keep going. So let me move my mic closer. So on this episode, I went to we got topics. Our main topic is going to be a mid-season discussion on Cardfight Vanguard Divinez Deluxe, as we are one on break into halfway, assumedly into season two. So why not kind of like take this point
Yep.
to kind of you know look through everything and kind of give our thoughts. Also, once again, apologies that this was not streamed. I still have not had time to really uh test. I guarantee you the flight took out a lot more of me than I thought, so I never really got the time to really test stream test and troubleshoot all that. So for this
I mean,
this week,
I've got your silicon in stream.
yeah. So for this week, we're still on the do a normal recording, and we'll see what we do. Uh, on that note, it's been 2 weeks. So man, how was your break period?
Oh man, a lot of stuff has been happening. Birthday was last week. Had a pretty great birthday stream, playing some Dokapon and whatnot. 9 hour stream. Holy cow, it's nuts.
And I missed it, but happy birthday.
Thanks. It was fun as hell. Lot of salt to be had. Lots.
Yeah. I'm so upset that everything kind of that the my streaming thing was issued, because otherwise I probably would have done one myself, but couldn't.
Oh shoot.
Yep.
All right, I am booting up this. I am booting up the stream right now.
You're
Just
booting.
have, like I said, one live feed.
You're booting up now as we are actually two
I
minutes into the
midway
podcast.
in. Yeah, don't worry. You still have your feed. I'm just making an emergency one so people can, like, phone in and chat. You know I have to be a little out of pocket.
This will be the last episode of the podcast. We will not make episode 10. It's over.
Oh my god.
Ain't no way. Because now I also got to pull up.
Yeah,
Not only that, I got to pull up your stream.
man, this is what's gonna happen. We're just gonna be like 2 weeks, like a month or so from now. Zeta and Zechs are no longer friends.
Let me. Okay, while he's doing that, I'm going to kind of. I guess we'll take a small. Okay, you're actually alive now. So
Yeah,
continue your
no,
week.
we're good.
All right, continue your
All right.
week.
I mean, that's pretty fun, and I mean, I've been engaging in some business politics and corporate warfare for the past like week or so.
Huh?
Because it's a lot of shenanigans with a new employee and upper management trying to oust an old one, and a little bit of shenanigans trying to get one person fired, and other such nonsense. Long and short,
What is.
fired for trying to replace my manager, and I inadvertently, or maybe on purpose, I don't know yet, got the replacement fired in under a week. Go me.
You, you what?
I may have been one of the many pushes to get a new replacement manager fired. So my current one can keep his job. I
What?
also discovered I also discovered a money laundering case with one of our customers, and got someone else their old job back. I'm a man of mystery, Zechs. I don't know what to tell you.
You're lying. Can't be.
I'm not. I am.
No,
I'm not
no.
lying at all.
This is like some. This is like a regular show skit. I can't. Cause ain't no
I,
way.
I I I don't know what to tell you.
Like, I'm out here just having just I would say regular life, but not really. But you out here about to fight aliens and shit. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, there was a time I stopped a robbery, but I just do things.
Okay.
Look, man, I don't know what to say. Stuff just kind of happens.
Okay. Oh.
Saw the new Sentai show earlier, like last week. That was pretty freaking great.
Knew what?
The new Super Sentai season.
Oh, how was it?
Amazing. Great concept. 50th anniversary shows are going in super hard.
Yeah,
It's
man.
a fighting game season.
Yeah, man. That sounds really cool.
And by fighting game season, I mean you put on a morpher, it's on site. Prepare to die.
Listen, I'm still not me and Sentai still got a rocky relationship right now.
My guy watched the first episode. It's fantastic.
No, I believe you, but it ain't because of you know exactly why.
The Power Rangers instead.
Like I saw all these people talking like, man, listen, this is why Hasbro can't adapt PR and giving actual like reasons when it's like the real reason like Hasbro won't adapt can't adapt PR because they don't want the damn show. It's like
Right.
y'all are talking like actual like I guess platitudes or whatever when the long and short of it is that they
There's no
couldn't
show.
adapt it because they don't want to. It's not that they couldn't,
Right.
even though they've already shown like within 3 seasons that they can fumble that badly. But it's because they don't want to. They literally can't. We're gonna talk a little bit about the Hasbro quarterly earnings ratings. They didn't I literally went through it, the actual transcript. They didn't mention PR once in the entire thing.
You know what? I think I saw that on Twitter like during the conversation. You know what the dumbest part about it is, and maybe the most damaging.
What?
Every single person giving reasons still wants to treat like Power Rangers as like, see, we can't do all these things, so we gotta pander to an audience of like 3-year-olds. Here's why we can't adapt these shows. Like, bruh. We can't have Rangers fighting Rangers. That's too crazy. We can't have blah 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 blah.
Can't have Rangers fight Rangers. Do you know how many Rangers have fought each other? The first season had Tommy.
Right.
It's like they've been fighting each other. The whole purpose is Rangers fighting Rangers. I guess the idea is more like they're talking about like we can't have the main team fight each other, I suppose.
Right.
Because otherwise it's like, well, they're not really a team. Power Rangers supposed to be about teamwork. It's like, no, it's not. Power Rangers never really been that's never been a thing. It's about being a hero.
I mean, maybe get that complaint with why they can't adapt the new show. Because it's almost entirely Red Rangers beating the shit out of each other. Which I get. I can see where there may be an issue there. But yeah, no. People are dumb about it. But the only season I think might actually be unadaptable to some degree is King Goger. Only one.
Mm.
And that's just because of like 70% of the fight screens are using a green screen fantasy backdrop.
Yeah.
But you get really weird filming them anywhere else. Unless you want to have Power Rangers Narnia or something.
I mean, they could probably find a reason. I mean, they found a way with Mystic Force.
True.
It's just you gotta be creative, which I don't think anyone at Hasbro even wants to try.
Right.
Like they're too busy. They're too busy trying to stuff Universes Beyond and Magic the Gathering for another time. Which that's
I mean,
also an announcement.
they could do the easy thing, right? Or in the silly thing. That hasn't been done since like the 90s.
What?
Dub over Super Sentai with Power with English voice actors and call it Power Rangers.
They won't.
It'd be funny.
Funny, yes. Painful for my soul, also yes.
The lost seasons and it's just ADR'd over footage. Yeah. I guess that's my summary for like the week, 2 weeks. Lots of shenanigans that no one here will believe because, reasons.
I mean these shenanigans also are like you can't really go into depth with them. So how do we believe you?
For legal reasons, I cannot.
All
And
right,
I say
Mr.
for legal reasons, but they explicitly mention offhand that we never signed any arbitration clause or NDAs or anything. So I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop. They-
All
I didn't
right.
sign anything.
All right, so if that's your week, then I guess it's my turn. I mean your weeks.
Yeah.
Uh so before I go on to BCS, one thing is I play more Wuthering Waves.
Hmm?
Game is still fun.
Nice.
Uh, I and you know how fun it is because I have not touched Star Rail at all, and we're about to hit a new patch.
I mean, Star Rail's pretty boring. Not gonna lie.
It's not that it's boring; it's that I just don't care to go through the story.
Fair.
Like the story for the first patch was 10 hours. And the problem is, I know that if that's the second patch goes over 5, you're going to 5 is going to be oh no. Like there's only so much people will deal with when it's like
Right.
already the first one was considered mid, so the second one is also long and mid. It's not gonna look good. So I was like, I kind of don't want to deal with it right now. I'm not in the mood.
I could not stand that second story arc in Star Rail.
I think the biggest problem was that Penacony kind of, for a lot of people, dropped the ball.
I'm talking about the Lao Fu, man. I didn't even get the Panaconi.
Oh, oh, I think another issue is that I know people kind of don't really talk about it, but it's like I think an issue is they chose to to bring a story against characters who are not cool, or rather, not to say they're not cool, excuse me, but rather they aren't interesting,
Hmm.
like as like individual characters to make their actual story kind of work. And that's just
Right.
me. That's just me because like I think that has to do a lot with kind of how the voice acting is. And again,
Uh,
not against the voice actors because I love these VAs; they're good. But ain't no way you really got Amelie to voice a character and have her who in like her main story is meant to be kind of like unhinged and just have her talk so slowly. It's like that works for a Black Swan, because Black Swan's supposed to be like the
Right.
mysterious, like, I guess like gypsy like, or whatever the term is. I'm sorry, I know that's gonna go
Sultry.
like this, right? And that's thing, and
Yeah.
like that works because like that was actually really good because like for the first time I actually got to hear a Ruby voice actor actually voice act outside of Ruby. Like, I mean, like legit, like someone who started on Ruby actually get the voice act and like actually like show they have talent.
Hmm.
That also sounds bad. I'm sorry. That sounded so mean. You know what I
And
mean? Like
it's for the
they
first
proved
time. I'm not the
themselves.
first
They were able
one
to
in one
prove
of these episodes
themselves.
scaring things away.
They were able to prove themselves in a more higher budget production, right? Because like Weiss's V8 does nothing. She's like, I only do Weiss and we gone. We good. I haven't really heard much of anything Lindsay's in, but she's good. Or Barbara. So it's like, okay. So like she's the only one who's actually like actively working.
Right. I won't think. What I think might actually be the problem with like other like first games and like storytelling, and why people will fall off.
Huh?
They're too isolated.
Say that again, I'm
Like I think
sorry.
like I think the reason why people fall off of Mihoyo's like stories over time pretty fast. That like story arcs feel a little too isolated, right?
Um
Well, like it doesn't like if your main cast is like kind of a little boringish. I'm most talking about Star Rail and Genshin, right? You have your like main two or three characters that go from place to place. The train crew and Traveler.
yeah.
And then like other characters from previous arcs just kind of stop existing temporarily.
Yeah, I think that's also probably why like so many people still love Honkai Impact third, at least
Right.
that's that early part, because it's like, oh yeah, no, like this is your team, they go, you're
It's also
basically,
like why I think Zenless is gonna have sustainability because like every single character or like thereabouts also keeps popping back in.
yeah,
It
because they're
just
all
hangs
in the
out.
same city,
Right.
all the characters are consolidating in one city, and even if you have a new arc, those characters can still show up or be relevant in some way. Well, like
And have
even
their
if
own little
my,
like sidelines.
or you can do a story that's just kind of independent of them, that you don't need them.
Yeah.
Well, I think so. I would mean to kind of talk about this with Withering Waves, and it kind of makes me realize like a lot of things about Genshin specifically.
Yeah.
Um, to put it nicely, do you know who Do you know what Abby is in Withering Waves?
Shoot, no. No.
Okay, so at the end of the first arc of Withering Waves, uh,
Hmm.
it is revealed that inside you is a Echo, which is kind of the beast or like the enemies in the game
Right.
that can be absorbed and turned into like weapons. They're kind of like your
Oh wait, is
equipment.
that weird Paimon thing I keep saying around? Weird furry Paimon Moogle again?
Yes, that's Abby.
Ah.
Is actually inside your. Is actually been inside your body, and it's just hungry.
Mm.
At first, when I saw this character, I'm like, okay, that's surprising. They held off on revealing the mascot character until after the first storyline. That's
Smart.
and secondly, and this is just insane. It amazes me how much better, in my opinion, Abby is than Paimon.
Right.
One is one is mostly because the voice, like Abby, just has like a voice that isn't just completely grating. And again, no offense to the VA for Paimon, she's doing good. Like again, I'm trying not to. I'm just stepping on voice actor toes. I'm sorry. I'm so
God, man.
sorry. But
And stepping on toes is my realm. You're still in my bit, man.
but this is what I mean. But I think one is like, you know, a whole lot of things there. But like that could be forgiven if not for the second fact is that Abby doesn't just talk. The way they handle Abby is completely different because Rover, which is like your main player character, has a personality and talks. Not like, oh, once in a while, like actually talks. Like they've increased the MC's lines as the story progresses.
Like Bell and Wise here almost.
Yeah. Basically, they're like Bell and Wise where they just kind of they're able to talk and do their own thing. So that's one thing, right? Abby and Rover are independent of each other, unlike Paimon and the Traveler, where outside of anything involving the sibling, they're basically kind of like non-existent characters.
Right.
Or rather, it's hard to find. It's hard to really feel like they are a real character because of just how much like Paimon just kind of eats up screen time and just talks for them.
At this point, Traveler may well just be a sociopath. I am fully ready to subscribe to the theory that Traveler really doesn't care about anyone except for their siblings. And they're just pretending to help out.
I mean, I'd be honestly okay if they went that route. Is like honestly, I don't really care about any of y'all. I just want to find my
Right.
because it's like, oh, you know, that makes a lot of sense. They're just like it's like Paimon's just talking to them not because oh they actually care or something. But I mean that then requires like kind of retconning a lot of like story bits because it's like but it's like it would have been a neat idea if that was the goal from the start to be like I'm just only here. I'm only doing this to see if my brother's here. Otherwise, once I'm done, I'm done. I'm out. I don't like any of y'all. Peace.
Right. And I mean, to Paimon's defense, they were the first and arguably worst of the mascots.
Well,
If only because Bang Boost exists and Bang Boost were kind of just hit so far out the park, the ball has been found in a year.
well, I think the thing is I don't even treat the Bang Boos as like the mascot character. I know they're the Squunkleo, but like I feel more like what's the AI system. I think it's more of kind of like that character because you know they.
I'm looking at the Navigator character, but the Bang Boost the actual like mascot.
Yeah, I guess it's more like the roles are like
Yeah.
you know separated. Yeah, I guess that does work. Okay. But so here's the other thing is this 2.0 patch like so Abby is much more of an independent character to Rover and Rover's more independent than the Traveler. Another thing is also you know it's just weird because like they have this thing like Abby's meant to be this glutton, right? Meant to kind of like eat whatever they have. But at the same time, also, like, they're just a nice character. I think the other issue is like Paimon's just a piece of shit at points. It's like it's so wishy-washy with Paimon's like on one point it's like okay, Paimon will help and wants to help and do all this stuff. Then there's other points where they'll just be a piece of shit. It's like, hey, you got money? Just basically, hey, we're here looking for money. You got it? Or something like that.
Paimon is the antagonist.
So it's just Abby as a character is just a lot more like enjoyable than Paimon. And I think it also has to do with the fact that right now the whole thing is like, okay, what is Abby and Renesita, this current arc's entire purpose is one of its purposes is to, like, while we're there, is to look for details on what Abby is, because we already know who we are mostly. It's now just kind of figure out what Abby is. So it's like we've already kind of like gone through a lot of character building, and now we're kind of looking for Abby's details as well as the storyline in Renesita.
Huh.
Meanwhile, it has been 4 years, and we have not a shred of what Paimon is. Not even attempted to look into it.
I'm fully subscribed to three that Paimon's the same person they were fighting in the intro to the game.
I mean, it has to be, but even then, it's like, can we get any, like, at least update on that?
Nah.
Because it's like, at a certain point, it's like, when that reveal happens, it's gonna be, and we don't build up to it, it's like, it's gonna be too late. And it's not like, oh, this is some sort of like RPG like trilogy where it's like, oh, you know, here's the, you know, you have this bit in one go and then you finally get to it. This has literally been 4 years of nonstop storyline.
Well, I mean, who's to say there ain't going to be a Genshin Part 2?
I'm not saying Genshin Part 2, I mean more like, you know, at a certain point, it's like, at a certain point, people just stop caring about what Paimon is, right, without any actual attempt to, you know, kind of go in that story. And it's like, bro.
They're gonna keep delaying, like they're gonna keep delaying Bell and Wise secretly being the ones behind everything in Zenless. They are, by the way. It's kind of obvious.
I don't know. I have to actually like get through more Zenless story.
Yeah, I definitely like 1.4 where I'm just like, yep, all right. You're kind of making it obvious.
So yeah, I just like right now, I just think Ruling Waves is just doing better. And then also, like, there's another thing, like, I just kind of, like, I finally found like characters in Wuthering Waves that I would be like, yeah, I'd rather play Yuden Genshin. Like, so many people are like simping over this cowgirl, and I'm just like, she looks terrible. To me, like, she just looks terrible. Like, I don't care for this design at all.
Right.
And everybody's just like, oh my gosh, she's so hot. Look at this, like, cowgirl, and she's just slightly bigger than the other female characters.
Well, see, if they stretch the same model like a little too hard, man, the whole thing starts getting all weird and wobbly.
I guarantee you, if Shift Up were to make a Nikkei game, Anise would be 4 times thicker than that cowgirl would ever be.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane how they've just kind of like just made, like, it's even worse too because it's like, damn, it really ain't got no male characters on the horizon at all. Is she the only cow in her species, or is there like a guy? Is there like who, like, I don't know any info about this. We just know this character exists, and it's like, okay. And then there's Tribby, which in her trailer for her, because her banner is coming up Tuesday, they give her backstory, and it's revealed that, oh no, she's actually just an adult girl that basically got carved up. I don't remember the entire details. It was like she's an adult girl that carved up into pieces of her body that are all just little cherubs, and it's like,
Okay.
you can't keep doing this. this is the third time in this game, in Star Rail alone, where you found a in-lore reason, or you've made one up basically, to explain why a child character is actually, why this adult character is actually been turned to a child character.
Yeah.
It happened with Bailu, because I think she's supposed to be the reincarnation of Dong Juan's girlfriend.
Oh no.
Out of that, she's like related to Dong Juan in some way. I don't remember. Then we had Misha, the bellhop, who's secretly actually over 100 years old, who was one of the trailblazers that was with Pom Pom hundreds of years ago, or like 50-something years ago, who got turned into a dream child, and now Chibi. And it's like, come on, guys. Like, let's be real for a second. This is your like, it is just kind of meant to discussion with, more so with a friend, about like, at a certain point we gotta stop with these child characters if they're not actually like children.
You see, this is how I know these teams don't talk to each other for Hoyo.
And let me before you continue, let me actually hold on just a second. Let me rephrase my wording, because I just made it kind of awkward. And by that I mean like an actual like child character, not sexually looted or anything like that, that is literally just a child with some supernatural ability, and not a adult masquerading as a kid in some way, shape, or form. Or in the case of Clara, being a fake character, while the real character Swarog does everything.
I'm still mad. Do not remind me.
Like, oh, Clara's on a banner. Cool, I won't pull for Clara. She does nothing but just whimper in fear, while Swarog does everything. It's like, why did you just not make Swarog the character?
You see,
The answer is pretty obvious, but pretty obvious. And I had a button that like play the Not Like Us instrumental, I would do it. But it's because like, there's still no reason why that girl still got her feet out in the cold environment, bro. Like, nah.
So the actual reason Spark's not playable, and it's gonna be pretty dumb. They didn't want to figure out movement, which is like model for like actual walking animations, because he doesn't use the same typical skeleton every other Star Wars character uses. Different body type. Oops, sorry.
It's not different enough to just make him walk normally. Also, I would like to put out that Skrullum has been in the data, like legitimately his entire model has been in the data since the start of the game.
Wow. I knew it. Yeah, Skrullum, yeah.
And he's not here yet. He's done more work than half the cast. And it's not even to get into the fact that they I think what is making me upset is that, like, I don't know what's going on with Hoyo, but like their storytelling has been booty cheeks. Do you know the ending, kind of the ending to the quote-unquote Natlan story?
I'm not, but go explain.
So, slight spoiler warning for the Natlan event in Genshin Impact, the last main storyline.
Oh no, anyway.
So, there's one of the, you know, the what do you call it? The antagonist of Genshin, or the antagonist group of the Tevat chapter, I guess. What was it? The Fatui Harbingers, yeah.
Uh-huh.
You know the masked one?
I think so.
Yeah, so we get his backstory, and turns out he's from Natlan, and he is inside a effectively a zombie of a great warrior from Natlan.
Huh.
Because that's why he can't take off his mask, because he looks hideous. Like, he looks actually
Oh,
ugly. And this is a character we have been hyped for.
it.
So, the long story shorted, the Archon of Natlan, Mavica,
The villain's character, yeah.
basically makes a long con to effectively sacrifice herself to stop the event that's going on right now. The whole destruction of the continent. She plans this entire thing from the very beginning of the arc. And it's written in a way that makes her, like, people talk about, like, oh, Ray's a Mary Sue. No, Mavica is a Mary Sue. Like, it's dire how bad it is. They just kind of make her like I do no wrong because I knew this was gonna happen. I had the plan all set up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they do?
I just what?
They instead end the storyline in which Capitano, the Fatui Harbinger, takes her place and sacrifices himself.
Oh my god.
So that is now, like, including, say, that is out of the 4 Fatui Harbingers we have met, 2 are playable and 2 are now dead.
All right, sure.
Because Child and the Wanderer or Scaramouche is playable, but they killed off what's her name in Inazuma, and now there's here go another kill off, and it just so happens to be another male character in the region that has had less male characters released in general.
Yep.
Like, I think the only male character released was the goddamn 4-star. And obviously, you know, some people are like, well, it doesn't really matter for rarity. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But it says a lot when almost no other character. Oh, wait, no, I'm my bad. There was one 5-star. Excuse me. Let me fix my face. But it's still like everybody. Like, I understand girl power and everything, but like everybody. And then you're getting allegations of becoming more gooner or whatever that means. And then we see the cowgirl, and it's like what happened to the cool designs, bro? Like, you off the cool design for no reason because you want your Mary Sue Archon to stay alive. Because you were selling her on a banner. That would have actually been a cool twist. Like, ah.
Zenless is honest about just always having been a Gooner game.
Zenless is honest, but it's also like it's not really a Gunner game because when you actually play it, it's just
Right.
regular. It's an actual.
Also, if you look at the passport banners, have been office lady with a samurai office lady, idol, and then office lady. I'm kidding. I'm exaggerating.
Yeah, but those office lady sword got big titties and ass. Like,
yes.
so it's like it's only in the design, but outside of that, like nothing.
Right. Except now you can walk beside them and play arcade games all day.
But it's again, it's like I say, like, oh well, you know, Nikkei's like that, but no, not really. It's still like keeps the goon on the sleeve. I mean, one of the favorite items they added recently is just it belongs to a character they've basically kind of just like said, hey, you and your entire squad get upgrades right now. Oh, you get a gotcha skin, which you're basically just coming out the shower.
Mm.
Oh, and your favorite item story is you and the main character like faking being in a relationship until afterwards, until like the point in which you just say, you know what, fuck it, and just have hard sex.
All right.
Like, come on, let's be real
Like,
here.
why not?
Like I talked to you early about the update to the game, that story, but also, yeah.
Sure.
But you know what? It still writes some good story.
Somewhere in there.
Not somewhere in there. It's in
I
there.
know.
You just don't want to go back.
No.
Coward. Anyway.
That's not.
Anyway. After that, kind of got on that tangent. Before I left for Tampa, I can only assume it's either the starter or the alternator. But the starter alternator in my car went out as I'm sitting in the
Ooh.
parking, as I'm about to leave the parking lot of a Target. So I actually could not start my car. So I couldn't get it repaired because I'm literally was about to leave.
Right.
And I'm, kind of low on money, so I can't really go crazy like that. So I just had to just try and like get a. So I then got a tow back from that thing back to my house, only for me to get one of the most inexperienced tow truck drivers imaginable.
Oh no.
In which, because last time I got that car towed, the tow truck driver knew how to actually put it in the driveway,
Right.
but this one just couldn't do it. He didn't know how. So he was trying to be like, I can't do it. I can't put it out there. I need like a long way, which is like even crazier because this is the same. Like when he picked me up to tow it, he also had to get it out of the parking spot, despite the fact that there was like he could just turn the actual system. Like I don't know because his tow truck couldn't do it or what, but like you could make the tow truck actually curve to kind of get the car out, and you can probably also go from the back too. Like it just seemed like he was just inexperienced, and so I can't really
Probably.
be upset at that, but it's still like damn. So I had to
Right.
spend about a good hour in the morning having to use my truck to push my car into the driveway so it's not on the side of the road as I'm gone. And because of how many times I had to push up and push back, because not only that, for some reason in the middle of the day, everybody either coming home or going to work at like 12 p.m. in noon, I now have to go back and forth and push the car with my mom helping me. And then because of that, it damages my grill. It damages whatever that is on like the Pontiac that's like kind of like that thing, so it actually like, cracks the like the grill of the Pontiac. And then I'm just mad because I'm like, there's no way this is happening to me right before I leave.
And worst things that can happen.
I mean, it comes even worse because I left on last Friday to go to Tampa,
Yeah.
and none of my cards for my deck build arrived. Cause
Wait, what?
yeah, no, I ordered my cards a week and a half earlier before I left, and none of them arrived.
Oh my god.
So I had to basically go to Tampa with, I didn't have like a bunch of money. Like I still had to pay for my hotel and, had to actually like finish off paying for the hotel and whatnot. And then I last second got a car to actually drive around the city. So I had to spend extra more money, and that's not cheap, especially that late into the game.
Yeah, no.
So at that, it's like, all right, so I don't have much. So I'm like, okay. And this is where we transition to my recap of Tampa, by the way. So we go into that, and I take the plane, and that's even worse because all the plane crashes being reported recently. It's
Yeah, I
kind of
would
like,
not be taking a plane right now.
yeah, it made me second guess, but I'm like, I said it on Twitter, like I need to know if I can do this. But even then, it's like I'm going in without a completed deck. Like I made a deck roster for in case they don't show up. So I didn't have to like do it all like last second while I'm away from home because my laptop I think is just dead. I don't know what's going on with it. So with that, I made a deck build, which is pretty much just the main deck build I use uh normally. I do wish I could have tried this deck build, which is a because I went with Reziel.
Of course.
Because I'm like, it's the only deck I have that's like in the meta that's actually like worth something. And then I also went with Victor. I haven't recorded my recap video yet on it, so I'm trying to lessen how much the day went, in terms of like the
Yeah,
actual
right. So
games, right?
there is worth something.
But the point is, I go on the plane, everything's fine, right? But I'm still kind of like anxious about getting on the plane. But we make it, we take a flight, we make it there. I pick up the car, head to my hotel, which took a minute to find because uh it was kind of just like situated in a way where it's like I couldn't see the sign in the and the map was like kind of like, oh, you got to go all the way around to find it. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Took me like all the way to the back road. I'm like, what? Like, bro, where am I going?
Right.
So I had to like reconfigure myself to find it. So well, I found it. We're good. Get there. Um, and then just kind of like just relax, get something to eat, and because I hadn't eaten anything, and by the time I really kind of situated myself, it was basically like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and I'm feeling terrible. Not only that, like also their actual restaurant was being renovated, so there's just no food in the actual
Venue.
yeah, there's no food in the actual venue. So I'm like, okay, so that was the thing. Um, so fast forward to the actual tournament. I The one thing I decided on was, I'm gonna try and get there as early as I can. Knowing myself, it's gonna be hard to do, but get there as early as I can and go buy Keter Sanctuary heals. I mean fronts, excuse me. Because while I do have like regular like vanilla fronts in my deck, I think it'd just be better just kind of. And though I ordered them and they didn't arrive, like I got home and those arrived, but I still haven't gotten the other pieces of my deck that haven't arrived yet. Like they're still MIA. So I have to go and buy Keter heals. So I mean Keter fronts. So I go to the vendor and I look for them and I find them. They were only the high rarity versions.
Oh no.
One of the Fighters collection, like one of the SPs from the Fighters collection, and then they had the SIR from the. Then they had two of the SIRs from the triple rare booster.
Yeah.
And those are the only ones they had.
Means money, 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 money.
Because, you know, everyone probably just bought them all before I got there.
Yep.
So, yeah, I spent $130 on 2 triggers. And I justify it with thought of, oh, well, you know what? Hey, you know what? It's a tournament day. Why not? It just probably be just a nice thing after the weirdness that everything's been. So I spent $130 on triggers, put them in my deck, meet up with my friends, and then we play the tournament. Proceed to go 4-3, and only went 4-3 because the last round was a no-show.
Oh.
And even then, I was still like X2 going into round 6. And this is where I probably say the first part of the time rules in Vanguard are just terrible. Because the way the time rules, so for those of you who don't know how the time rules work in Vanguard now, kind of a update on how that worked. In the past, the time rules were once we hit time, you kind of go on to turns, which is like, you know, if you get like 4 turns, 0, 1, 2, 3, and by in those 4 turns, you either determine who's the winner, because oh yeah, it's pretty much obvious who wins, or you determine by lowest damage. But if you don't, you tie, double loss, whatever, right? They gave you like a extra, or like not that they're also like timed like 5, 6 extra minutes. So I was like, okay, you got 5 more minutes, figure it out. You got 4 whole turns to determine who wins this game, right? That makes sense, right? It's like,
yeah,
determine who wins the game, you get 5 extra minutes, otherwise we cut you off and we have to move on. It's like, I'm sorry y'all slow played, or sorry y'all slow played or played decks that are not good in this condition. Like that's on y'all. Right? That just seems like a reasonable thing, right? So now, like 2 years ago, they changed it to where now, when time is called, you have to effectively sneak the end of your game, because if a judge were to get to you and see the game, and this is what they're officially supposed to do. Whatever a judge does, that is, you know, I ain't saying none. What they're officially supposed to do is stop the game and give both players a double loss. And I mean stop the game. Like, literally, even if you've swung, acknowledge the attack is going, you're in the middle of the attack, you still have to stop the procedure and take the double loss. That will come up later.
I can already see. Guess how?
Yeah, probably gave a slight spoiler.
Yeah.
So, I go into round 6. It's a mirror match with 2 decks that literally have a skill that says heal. And so we go and we play and we grind out to time. However, there's no judge that comes by yet. So we say, you know what, do you want to just hurry up and speed run to the end of the game? Speed run the end of the game before a judge comes. And it's like, you know what, fine. And let's do it quick, and hopefully we just end the match. We proceed to go for about another 5 minutes before a judge actually comes by and says, guys, y'all got the double loss. Like, we have to kind of call it. And how we got there was also because he hit Divine skill on Rezeo, which means he didn't die. So we kept going still off of that. And that's really just, honestly, just us being greedy, not wanting to kind of like have it come down to a double loss, but we just get a double loss anyway.
Right. I mean, double loss can come in any scenario.
But it's like, either way, it's kind of like, you know, it's still, you know, it's a justifiable double loss in that situation because, come on, now. But by the time the Divine skill happens, we should have been like, hey, you know what? We just need to figure out who wins right now. Like, stop the game,
right.
Make the decision right now, because the second they come, we get screwed. That was just us being greedy, and that's justifiable. Even though I hate the rules, that's justifiable. So that's kind of long and short of it. Just kind of.
I have a better idea for time rolls. All right.
We just go back to normal.
Double losses, huh?
Or we just go back to the old time rules and just alter them a bit.
No. This is Vanguard, all right? We know how this works. Whoever wins him first, whoever wants him most will simply win in the end, all right? You know what? Play a game of war. First person to draw a trigger off the top of their deck wins.
Oh my god. Okay.
beats a double loss.
I mean, true, but also no.
You better catch that miracle.
So anyway, that's kind of how standard went. After that, went with some friends to go get something to eat. We, you know, one of my friends calls an Uber and takes us to this chicken spot because he wanted some chicken waffles. And I ordered something this is kind of important, but I know you know, other friends are coming. And so I orders one of my friends orders the chicken waffles, another friend orders like spicy Japanese fried chicken, and I ordered the fried chicken chaos, which is 3 chicken strips like cut and like put together on a bed of coleslaw, pickles, and fries with the like multiple like sauces on it. I was like, why not try it? I ain't never been here before. So we get it. Our other friends get there because they drove there instead, and so we get our food. The one who ordered the spicy Japanese fried chicken starts sweating because he could not, because like he was like, "Whoo, this is kind of hot," you know.
Yeah.
And that's a prelude to what happens with me because, you know, over the day I also was coming off a sickness, the same sickness I probably had last time we recorded. I don't remember if I said that.
Yeah.
I was coming off that still. That little bit of phlegm still stuck in my throat. And so, that happens like usually like a like reactionary cough happens. Where like you just can't actually like stop it, it just happens.
Right.
I get to my second bite of my fried chicken chaos. Everybody's here. One friend actually orders almost just kind of orders like some strips and whatnot.
Yeah.
I take my second bite, instantly hit with a cough. Like mid chew, get hit with a
Oh
cough,
no.
and it's so bad. I'm like, oh shoot, I can't actually like one because I'm still like, oh man, I'm still in a kind of like my own like COVID protection protocol. I'm like, I don't want to get I don't want to get anyone sick if I still have like any remaining shenanigans there. So,
Right.
and it's like a small place. It's like a little small like shop in the hood, basically. And so the only thing I have to do, the only idea I have in the top of my head, because I'm like, okay, I can't drink anything right now because the drink I got is a soda. It's a Sprite. And I'm like, I can't like take a Sprite and can't actually there. So the only thing I have to the idea is I'm sitting right next to the door. I have in my mind the best course of action I have to do is actually run out the building. I have to actually just run out the building and duck because I'm like, okay, I can't actually like get anyone sick. I don't know what's about to happen. Best thing I gotta do is just get out of here and probably just like spit out the chicken so that doesn't like get lodged in my esophagus or anything.
Right.
So I'm just like, I'm running out the thing, and my excuse me. So I'm coughing. It's like I finally able to recover. And one of the homies is like there. He's like, "Damn, y'all good?" Because again, one friend is sweating on some medium heat, spicy Japanese chicken. I'm running for my life, and he's like, "Damn, yo, we good?" And he's just
Man.
concerned, like, "What did I buy again?"
Man, Vanguard players and losing the chaos. No more likely duo.
Oh man.
Guess Wicked Wings coming to a restaurant near you.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea for like a menu thing. Ooh, hold on. I have an idea for video later.
Oh no, not the Vanguard cooking episode.
And still need to cook that rock. Okay.
What?
You don't remember the rock thing? The rock deal?
Oh right.
Yeah, still need to deal with that. Why not?
Sure.
Chrono Fang rock soup sounds really good. Alright, so yeah, after that incident, everything else went fine. Uh, Made it back to the venue and practice some premium games for day 2. And then I just went back to the venue. But before that, I kind of stopped by Walmart and picked up some stuff to kind of eat, just whatever. And it's like, man, it was just so weird. 'Cause I'm like, dang, I really wanted was just a sandwich, bro. I couldn't
Right.
find a single like already pre-made sandwich in the store. I'm like,
Walmart?
yeah, I'm like,
How?
where the heck? I see bread, I see like, the usual like desserts, the sweets they got, but I couldn't find a single sandwich, even in the already made food stuff. I'm like, where the
Right.
and I'm not buying a loaf of bread just to buying a whole loaf of bread to never eat when I got like a day left in the city. So
Hmm.
I just bought some some like already like saved barbecue wings they got, and just said, all right, screw it, some boneless barbecue wings, and screw it, let's just go home or back to the hotel and just prepare for day two. Which day two was a lot better, I'll say that.
Hell yeah.
So for one thing, I also got to meet up with oh, this also reminds me, I finally got to meet our good friends over at Traverse Tavern, Franz.
Wait.
And there's a funny story that also will kind of come into play later.
Oh,
So
this story has layers.
here's the thing. I didn't realize it was him until after. I'm like, it looked like him, but I was like, I wonder. And so he's talking to like some of the people we did when we got back from the chicken spot. And so when he finished talking, I point at him and say, "Hey, it's nice to finally meet you," and just shake his hand. And in the match, he has the most confused look on his face. Like,
Who the hell is this guy?
and then he's like, "Wait a second." And he just says, "Hey, say one more thing." I said, "Okay." He said, "Zechs is in here." Cause like I don't know, like my
Wow.
voice is kind of recognizable, for better or worse. Which is so weird because like I feel like listening to myself is like, oh man, my voice sounds okay. But when I hear myself recording, I'm like, bro, I sound like my balls ain't dropped at all, bro. What's going on? It disappoints me, and I'm just like, But I wanted to kind of at least get that shock in his face. And I'll never forget that moment. It was like it was keynote. So also like kind of just update, like, hopefully plan to kind of get him on the show sometime in April.
Awesome.
At least in April. That's one thing we got kind of squared away. So, day 2 premium. Go in. I am almost running back the exact same victor list I ran a year ago in Houston, except I kind of updated it with so the list itself is more so from based off of the list ZetaZephyr used in the Lunar Open, which was a kind of like a standard and premium like tournament held by a community tournament. It was like his list he got used to get top 8. So it was just kind of like a pretty like basic. I don't say basic, but like it's basic you can get with Victor because you don't have a
Yeah.
crush generator. And again, that's another thing. Like you're going to a field of just like everyone's expecting crush generation to just be the best thing in the room, right? I will say, I played every deck I played that had a crest was a Shiranui. Like I fought 3 Shiranuis in my entire run,
Ew.
which is hilarious because when I come to the realization that only one of them ever got to ride the crest.
Oh wow.
Because so can I put there? Game one was against Shiranui. She bricked everything.
Mm,
Even then, she still played like as best she could because like but it's kind of hard when you literally miss grade 3 ride, miss your crest, and it's like okay, I guess I
that point.
just die.
Yeah.
The second Shiranui I lose because I completely butcher what could be like the easiest kill turn imaginable by kind of tunneling into a stride I shouldn't have. Like I tried to go into the GB8 when it's like I don't think I needed that. Like looking back, I'm like I did not need that at all. He had like 5 cards in hand. I literally could go into any other stride and win the game off this. Why am I just so? I want. It's kind of like when you like want to do like this. You want to end the round on a super, and when
Yeah.
you don't end the round on a super, and your opponent just kills you. That's basically what I just did. It's like I want to hit the astral, misses the astral. Oh no!
Jeez.
And the third Shiranui, I win, and this is the one where they actually hit like full combo, which is hit the crest generator, hit the history collection stride, scales up to second turn, and I actually still win that one just off of like knowledge. And I'm like, okay, I have fought 2 of you, and I have played against Shiranui longer than most of these people who were in round 1 ever played a smidge of Vanguard. I think I understand what to do now. And I won that game, and up to that point I was X1 heading into round 5. So you know what's about to happen, right?
Yeah.
So I go in. So I want to profess this by saying this was not my opponent's fault for reasons that will become obviously clear when I say it. But this one game of Vanguard pissed me off so much I dropped from the tournament afterwards.
Oh no.
So I go into round 5 and I play against the one blind player in the room.
Oh.
So this is made worse because not only that, because blind player, has to get assistance. The judge who's assisted him is the same judge that gave us the double loss last day, the other day.
Oh.
So I'm just at this point like, ain't no way this.
I see where this is going.
So as always, we also get like an extra 5-minute timer because blind man. So I'm playing Victor. I go first. He plays Regalia. We, obviously time goes off because he's trying to like look at his cards because he's legally blind and everything, right?
All right.
And so he gets 1 stride turn on Minerva. He's playing like 12 crit Regalia. And so he goes to turn, he makes a combo, he pushes me to like 4 because he hits a restand turn that's just like kind of goes crazy. But I had 2 PGs in my hand, so I'm good. And so I go into Universe Bustard, and he hits me with the Genesis G guard that says, "Oh yeah, you get -2 crit." Okay, that's fine. And so, the announcer comes out, "Hey, you got like less than 5 minutes remaining." And okay, I'm like, okay, this should be fine. I think I've got a kill turn on this regardless. He's got like 5 cards in hand. I think I can do this. So I hit the 5 drives off the restands. I still have like 4 attacks after I hit with the Bustard. I hit one crit and 1 heal. I give it to one Gosachi, which is big. It's like a 61k Gosachi with a crit. I have another Gosachi on the board that can restand. And so I go Gosachi 61k. He guards it. He's at 5 damage. I swing with Sazanza, knowing I still have 2 more attacks.
Yeah.
He's got 1 card in hand because that's how much he needed to guard the Sazanza.
Well, I have a bad feeling of how the story is about to end.
I'm at 4. He's at 5. I'm in mid attack, literally. And he looks, and as he's looking at his card to figure out what he needs to do, time.
I'd fight the judge. I would fight the judge.
It's even worse because let's not trying to stitch, but let's be kind of honest. Let's be real here. None of the judges were really like out here being like heavily enforcing the rule. They were just like kind of like some of them were like kind of like here or there. Some of them were just kind of like and just kind of returning back, like making a lap and just being like, all right, I'm making a lap. Just like looks at it, makes a lap, and goes back.
Fight the judge.
He couldn't leave because he's supposed to be there to assist. He's supposed to be there to assist the player. He literally cannot leave because that just makes 0 sense. So he has to rule it as a double loss. And I'm just like, and I'm just standing there looking at a 61k Gosachi. He has 1 card in hand with a 40k Sazanza. And I'm just looking as I'm like in mid battle phase. And I'm just like, so literally we can't even finish the attack.
My guy.
Like we're in his guard step. Like at the very least in like Master Duel, like when you run out of time, at the very least you gotta call somebody a victor.
Right.
And it's just like, come on, like, dog. Like, at very least, just give me the win because I got low damage. At least give me the win because I still got 3 more attacks with a crit. Give me the win because he got 1 card in hand. No, we can't do it. The rules say it has to be double loss. And I'm just sitting here with the victor player's wettest dream imaginable. Like, and I'm just like, literally, if I win this game, I'm pretty sure I make top cut regardless. I have the highest chance ever to make top cut regardless of what happens in the rest of the match, in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
But I'm so pissed off. I'm like, you know what? He gets the win.
I'm out.
Whatever. And it's not like, oh man, I feel bad because part of me is like, I feel bad for 2 reasons. One, part of me is just like, I feel like a child who just had a temper tantrum because things didn't go my way. because it's like
Really justified.
I feel justified, but at the same time, I'm like, I feel like I shouldn't have just quit because I feel like that was just kind of like, thing, just play it out, see what happens, right? But at the same time, I'm like, at the same time, I was just so frustrated. It's like I wasn't thinking straight. And so, this thing, right? Again, this is not by fault of my opponent. They're literally blind. I can't say, like, it's kind of crazy to go like, it's your fault, blind nigga. Like that's just
Right.
crazy.
No, it's Judge's fault, man.
And I don't even want to call it the judge's fault because he has to do his job. He literally has to do his job. We're at the front, in front of the judge's table. We literally cannot do it.
Oh no.
He literally can't. I just said he literally cannot leave. And even if he leaves, that means another judge has to come over. And there's no way we're finishing the attack step while judges are switching positions. So it's literally like everything went wrong. But the real thing is like, it's just the time rules. The time rules are
Right.
egregious. And it's like, I feel so slighted by them that hurt me so much I quit. And again, I feel so bad because I'm like, bro, why did I quit? I could have kept going. Which leads to the second part, and probably the funniest part. I quit before I even look at who my next round matchup is. I want you to guess who the next round was.
Franxx.
It was Franxx.
Oh no.
I literally like, all right, you know what? Let me see who it is. And I saw Traverse tab, and like, oh fuck me. I'm like, there's no way. I crashed out so hard. I missed a match with Franz.
Man.
And I had to take the walk of shame up to him and say, hey bro, I dropped. You got it. And I had to explain what happened. And he's like, I understand. But damn.
You chose the literal worst moment to crash out, man. I'm sorry.
But again, it's for a justifiable reason.
Right.
Right reason, wrong moment.
The tournament organizers are just like, man, it'd be really funny.
Like, how do we
We'll just, like,
hold
right
him
into
more?
his
I
mind.
know. Let's share him up with his friends. Let's get it.
Right.
It just sucks so bad because that one moment soured the entire, like, it just soured the entire day. I'm being facetious, but like it felt bad.
Yeah.
I also just realized I'm probably gonna need to change his thumbnail because the Donnie and the Franxx review is happening, but let's be completely honest here. That's not at all what we're gonna actually really talk about. In fact, I'm looking at the time right now. We're a minute and 23 seconds into me explaining my crash out.
Right.
But it still sucks. So I'd still say though, that game was so it was insanely fun. And I felt it was like, it made me upset too, because I'm like, it just felt wrong. Cause like, man, that really felt wrong. Cause I think the other part of it too was like, outside of that one loss, up to that point, I felt like I was playing the best Cardfight Vanguard I've ever played in my life. Like, I had that one incident, cleaned myself up, and basically was going on a rampage.
Yeah.
At least mentally, right? It's like, okay, I got it. Clean that up. Don't push like that ever again. And just played some of the best games I've ever played. Or at least ever had the pleasure of playing. And it's like, all that went down the drain because Bushiroad literally said fuck you. Metaphorically
To
gave
think,
me the middle finger.
and to think, man, this might be your last premium event.
Listen, I know I said that long
Foreshadowing.
ago, but the fact that I might have to actually like come to terms with that still makes me even angry now. Thanks a lot, buddy. I wasn't even thinking about that before this, but now you made me even worse.
I'm sorry. I've learned I'm pretty good at getting into people's headspace. I managed to dissect a coworker's childhood trauma today off of one sentence. I've been doing a lot of things.
After this, I'm gonna go listen to the only good Drake album. I'm listening to Take Care, bro. Like, I'm put on Marvin's Room. I'm laying in my bed and gonna doze off to sleep in sorrow because of just that. Thanks a lot.
Sorry.
But after that, yeah, that was basically the entire trip. You know, just went back home. Everything else was fine and recovered. So now I got to deal with my car. So, yeah, I think that pretty much is the entire rest of my week. Oh, one more thing.
Oh,
Mail did come in. I
I saw
finally
a
got,
lot of stuff.
you know, I think people saw it, but like I finally got they released the what was it called? The Cobalt, I think it was the Cobalt Dragoon.
Yeah.
I think it was, yeah, it was the Cobalt Dragoon. It released this week and it finally came in the mail. Now I actually have it, which is really cool. Uh so that's really good. Like, you know, Beyblade X finally continues to be cool.
Maybe you can complain about Hasbro all you want, but they've kind of hit it out the park with Beyblade X.
And all it took was them to just be like, was for Takara Komi or them or Takara Komi go like, you know what, dog, just let us just literally follow this entire thing. We got
Do
this.
a 1-to-1. No changes.
Yeah, like just let us steer the ship. Let us make the designs. Because I think another thing, I think probably one of the things with Beyblade X, with Burst was probably like the designs just became so because I know
Extravagant.
Burst was like even more egregious. It was like, I think the issues with like Burst was like the designs were so like, because I only own one Burst Bay, and I take a look at it, I'm like, bro, I don't understand heads or tails of what the hell is going on here. It's like I shoot, Robert Hasbro, I'm like, I'd probably cut corners too. 'Cause I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. Like, I don't know how this actually works as a Beyblade. So I could totally get it, but it's like, hey, listen, we're just gonna lessen this down. You just follow the instructions. We got the marketing. We got everything else. You just need to focus on actually making these damn things, and we got it. We go into the promised land. And it's like, yeah, that's how they're doing it. Like they said, the two things that helped them this quarter was the explosion of Beyblade X in the holiday season and Magic the Gathering, as usual.
Yep.
Now, if only they would like actually put in the effort to probably like, do some more like tournament events, right? Because I think also people were kind of like, hey, you know, everyone's doing like live streams of events and stuff, of majors. As well, could we like have a major and actually like live stream it? And it's like Astro literally has an entire team that can do it. So like I feel like that's not bad to ask.
Yeah. So I don't see why not.
Oh, I forgot to say. Did I say last episode that I deleted League of Legends?
Maybe. Anyway, congrats on being free.
Yeah, cause oh my god, I like I guess I made the best decision in my life because everything since has also gotten worse.
Right, like
So another thing that happened was they announced that they're going to overhaul the the system for honor, and one of those includes from now on, instead of getting like capsules that would like give you stuff that would like lead into getting like honor points towards getting like free skins, any of that honor is just gonna go into the battle pass.
so. Screw being a good boy. Time to rage in every single game.
It's like, bro, what? Because like, so then how do we get those skins?
Why would you take away the be a good player incentives after years of trying to combat rage baiting?
I don't like, that's the problem everyone's having. It's like, bro, what is going on with y'all? Like, why are you removing the free stuff for being good, being both good at the game, for both showing player
Dude,
loyalty, and for
that was the
being
only
less toxic in a
that was the
game known
only
for
thing keeping
toxicity?
league players from being worse in a COD lobby.
It's just the more they do it, isn't crazy. Oh, and by the way, that Mordekaiser skin, I kind of said it was probably gonna come out. They showed it. It looks like a skin from 7 years ago. It looks like they just put a Trindamere's body on Mordecai. This made a giant Trindamere and said, "Yeah, this is Mordekaiser. Give us $250."
Wow.
And not only that,
Love it.
they showed PB. So I just showed the PBE day. They showed the next Battle Pass skins, and they also look booty cheeks. For example, Alistair, one of the oldest League of Legends champions that still has not received a visual update, got his first skin in 4 years. They just put red arms on him. Not red body, red arms. They didn't actually do anything. They didn't give him a new recall. They didn't give him anything else that would make him like the skin worth appealing. You know, the skin that you're supposed to earn because you grinded the battle pass. They didn't do anything like that. So it just looks terrible. But here's the kicker.
Oh.
They made a skin, which is a Noxus themed skin, which is, you know, Noxus, for Rel. Who, yes, she is a Noxian champion, but her whole thing is that she hates Noxus because they put her in a school in which they basically tortured her and her classmates to unlock her powers.
Oh no.
They gave her propaganda for the thing she hates as a skin, as like some sort of Noxian pride. Not only do they not care about the quality of skins, they don't even care about the lore of the skins. Main fact, by a leak that allegedly came out saying they decided, you know what, Rel's too young. Which, okay, you know, Rella's 16, at least at the time she released. They made her 30, and the skin makes her look like looks like Mbessa Mandarta. You know, the character from Arcane.
No.
That is the alleged lore we work for Rel. And if it's true, holy shit, do they not get it? They actually have lost their damn minds with this Arcane slapdash. And everyone said, hey, making Arcane canon was going to be the worst mistake you could do for the lore. Because now you have to figure out how you're going to make all this work. And the simple solution has obviously just been at this point, we don't give a damn. Like, we don't care about Mordekaiser's lore. We don't care about Rel's lore. We don't care about our champions who've been there. We don't care about our players. We don't care about our employees. We don't care about a goddamn thing anymore if it ain't making us money. So I'm like, you know what? I feel, in fact, it was so bad. I saw one of my favorite content creators actually just say, I give up. I gotta take a break. I'm not making any more content for at least a month because I can't do this anymore.
Man, it's starting to sound like Arcane was a mistake.
No, Arcane was a mistake. How Riot handled Arcane is the mistake. They always said from the jump, Arcane is just an alternate universe in League. But when Arcane came
out, Riven got a case of like hubris and just dove off a cliff.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. It's like when Arcane became that explosive thing that everybody loved, they said, okay, well, I feel like we're gonna lose money. Like, look at all that money we could potentially make if we just make Arcane canon and just make the whole universe based off Arcane as the core piece. And I remember the TV Sky video where he straight up said, this will not work. That cannot work. That is a mistake. Because either you have to redo the lore, which you didn't do already, because they already did a lore reset 5 years ago. When they had made the announcement, 5 years from when they made the announcement of making lore reset and never finished. You then fired other writers. It's like, so then how are you going to actually implement Arcane without actually just rewriting the world from scratch? And apparently the solution was just simply just shove it in there and act like it's been there the whole time.
Yep.
And it's like, it literally is that meme of the Mark Jesse meme, what happened to the game I love? Because I don't know who these people are. This is not the game I spent hours, thousands of hours playing because I cared about the game. That I cared about the characters. I may have taken a break at some point because I'm like, of course, everyone gets burnt out on things.
Right.
But the fact that I literally could not find joy in playing my favorite characters at all was the nail in the coffin. I'm like, I can't do it, man. And then it's like, ever since then, it's like Riot continues to, at the very least, continues to prove me right in my justification for quitting the game. And it sucks. So yeah, until something happens, I'm done. I'm just done. I can't do it. Oh, not to mention that esports is also just insanely mid. Because
I mean, esports server has been on a decline. Let's be honest.
No, but here's the thing, right? Did you ever hear about what they were planning to do with the LCS?
No.
So their plan last year was this will be the last year of the LCS because they're going to make a America's League in which we will take the LCS, cut it down even more, and then take the two Brazil leagues, just merge them into one, and say, hey, this is the League of America's North and League of America's South conference. And then we will have a mid-season playoff between each region's, like, each conference's teams. So it's basically Brazil versus the US in League of Legends, kind of like the Eastern Reference Conference in the NBA.
Yeah.
Except one thing.
What?
Brazil already had its own fan base.
Right.
So by killing one league, you killed another fan base.
Right.
And two, they have been known as the wild card region. You know, the ones who aren't deemed strong enough to get like more than just like 1-2 slots in the world championships or overseas tournaments. So just to kind of put it there, they're not as strong as the North American teams. Even if people meme about the NA teams being weaker than any other region, they're just playing better. Not to mention, like the West finally started trying this year.
Oh no. So I'm guessing it was a squash match.
I'll just say this: I just have not had any interest in actually watching the LTA or LCS or whatever they want to call it now at this point because I'm just like I don't care. Like this, like, and from what I can tell, like no one else cares too because it's like no one wants to watch the games because this playoff, like, it's like who cares, bro? Like, I don't want to watch Brazil get stomped.
You know, maybe, just maybe, Blizzard just slipped right like a couple million under the table to just sink their esports.
I mean, just even funnier because I'm like that whole loot box thing about Overwatch 2 bringing back loot boxes
Yeah.
happened almost like 2 days after Riot confirmed they weren't bringing back the Hextech chest.
I'm telling they're in talks with each other.
Like, why would they talk to sabotage each other? That's crazy.
I mean, it's like how, you know, AMD and NVIDIA is like people in charge are cousins. So the entire graphics card industry has been like cooked for years.
Mm.
Like, huh. Interesting.
So it's just like, damn, bro. I actually just don't care about this franchise anymore. Like, I don't know it's because of how Arcane Season 2 ended too, because that also was a factor. Because that ended in such a way where it's like, I just kind of felt hollow. Not saying it was bad, but also was like that. You know, that moment like you just watch something, it's like, it wasn't good or it wasn't bad, right? But it's like you just kind of
Right.
feel nothing
Yeah.
after like just some times to sit on. It's like damn, I just kind of don't feel anything. Holy cow. I think that moment was when it all started to go downhill.
I mean, hey, at least there's still double knockout, right?
Oh yeah,
After it got delayed again.
oh yeah, 2XKO got delayed.
It's never coming out.
They delayed the second beta test to April, I think.
Well, see, here's the problem with double knockout. I already immediately see, right?
The
If
fact you're not
that's
even calling
getting,
it double knockout.
in fact, I'm calling it double knockout, not its actual name. I'm not calling it 2XKO, okay?
Understandable.
Yeah, like if Riot's getting rid of honor points in League, I don't want to experience what the tag system in 2XKO is going to look like. I I don't know where they got the idea of a fighting game where there's someone else screaming in the ear to tag in or tag out. It's a good idea.
So they did announce one thing is that they got rid of the auto combo pulse, the option.
Yeah.
So it's like because like they were like I mean auto combo kind of makes like, oh yeah, if they're playing the game, that's like if someone's playing the game, it's like, okay, they only get auto combo, not like an actual useful feature. So they're like, all right, we'll take that out and say, yeah, you can select it in champ select, basically, if you want to actually put in actually use auto combos.
That's good.
And then they'll like, okay, we'll also like make it so that you can still, it'll be less hard to just be like auto like put into auto combos.
Right.
So like they are doing stuff, but it's like it's just awkward because right now, like Riot probably has the least like effective PR they could have. So this
Dude,
game is basically going into like this game's going into war before it's even like out.
like I feel like Riot's hoping for like maybe TFT or like not big league numbers, but like they're expecting maybe like TFT numbers almost, right? And what no you don't realize this game's gonna do worse than Runeterra.
I mean, the whole thing is like as long as they don't mess up like multiverses, they'll do fine. But it's like it's hard to like mess up as hard as multiverses did. But it's still is like even then it's like you're going into the fighting game uh industry, which is like fighting games do not last long. Or rather, they definitely hit a huge drop off if you're not actually like a
Unless you're
tight
the
game.
big three, then yeah.
You mean the
I
big
say
two?
big three, but Mortal Kombat doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it's like who are you talking about? The big three? Who?
Oh, Street Fighter taking a Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear gets to join the table.
Basically, like in modern time, yeah, it's pretty much Street Fighter, Tekken, Guilty Gear. Like Mortal Kombat has sales, but like let's keep it a buck. Are we sure this game is? Are you sure like they've fallen off? Let's kind of be real.
I'm MK's sales are entirely so people can just watch the fatality animations with their bros on the couch. That is all Mortal Kombat is good for. It is not actually a game. It's a cutscene viewer, and we need to stop pretending.
It sucks because I don't know why they decided the best course of action for Mortal Kombat was to reset an already just barely established timeline. And then in the game immediately after, take go from a story about now that we've basically reset the entire world. What has is this world different from than the original? And take a story like that, which was, I watched the scenes on YouTube, and it was like it was compelling. I'm like, you know what? I kind of want to see how this world goes. And then halfway through, turns it into a multiverse story, in
Chaos
which is just
reigns.
no. I'm talking about the base game,
I know.
in which it's just a sequel to MK11's DLC, in which it goes, oh yeah, that choice you made at the end of the DLC where not Shang Tsung or Liu Kang won. Yeah, not only are we actually gonna follow that up, we've now made it so like, yeah, no, literally anyone. Also, not only that, the freaking uh the the arcade mode endings are canon too. So now basically any character from that game who got access to that to Chronica stuff is now also a super supreme god like Liu Kang. And then we basically rip off Armageddon again in the final battle. Man, I don't want.
Multiverse plots are a mistake. I hate Marvel so much. One
I don't want to call
NetherRealm needs to collect a check from Disney
for
as a
damages.
recompense for destroying their franchise.
Which one?
It's like, man, you
Bro,
tricked us into doing this multiverse shit, Disney. We demand money.
bro, I still laugh at the fact that the ending of Suicide Kill the Justice League is, oh yeah, all the Suicide members you killed, they were just clones.
You know what the funniest part about that is?
No.
People spend so much time raging about the clone thing. I mean, about like killing the Justice League and the game called Kill the Justice League. The clone thing was already leaked from like day one, and everyone chose to ignore the leaks and just kept getting mad.
I think the difference wasn't that they tried choosing ignore release. They were like, "There's no way it's this stupid." Oh, and two other things probably also didn't come out. Yeah, one of them is actually dead, by the way.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, like what?
And apparently, Brainiac, all the other Brainiacs they set up that were gonna be there were just killed by Deathstroke off screen.
He's just that good. I don't know what to tell you.
It's like, oh my god, they
They
would
have
be
so much planned.
y'all cooked. And then you all of a sudden want to make multiverses good now. It's like what's happening over there, dog? Like again, between
Well,
this and like again, before stream, I told you about Kai Cenat apparently getting the Batcave either
yeah.
remade from for his Batman Arkham stream, which I don't know what's going on anymore, man. Which I'm just like, I just don't know what they're doing.
Everyone Warner Brothers was kind of nice, kind of cool, like a little bit.
Like James Gunn can't save the entire company. He's there for the movies.
Right. He is just one guy.
All right, so give me like just a quick second. It's like pretty hot in here.
Mhm.
All right, I'm back.
Sweet.
All right, so yeah, outside that is outside that rant. That was my entire week or break.
There was quite a lot that happened.
Yep. All right, so it is also time for the news. Let me also let me send you the so pull up the Hololive tweet, the Bushiroad tweet, and the which I'm gonna post in here, and then the Vcard thing that I
Oh
sent
shit,
you.
I gotta do this thing again. Alright. Alright, everyone, presenting the part of the show where I struggle to get OBS to work to show all these website links.
All right, so let's yeah, I've pulled you up on my screen so we can actually
All right, where are we starting?
We're gonna start Vcard. So Vcard, which we talked about a lot last time, or the last two times, I think. Also kind of got
Got a
a
little V
little like
card.
small update to its information.
Oh,
Yeah. Could you please put on the screen what they added?
oh, the tweet,
Yeah. The
the most recent one, right?
screenshot. I mean most recent one.
Oh, oh, this. Okay,
What else did they have? What do you mean most recent one?
dude, leave me alone, man. I'm trying here. Cover up chat for a little bit. Yeah, this was a good one. There we go.
Okay. Nah, someone crazy. I saw someone say V-Card was so bad that they're releasing the Hollow TCG in English.
I mean,
This someone said, man. Nah, this is so booty cheese. We gotta actually like drop in because ain't no way.
man, I think V card's done more damage to the VTuber community since Tipsgate.
All right, so let's talk about the update. So V-Card, a game we've talked about in a, I guess, a thread of comments.
We've been very positive about V card, right? We've been very positive about the game. Can't wait for more V card. We love V card here.
I don't know what he's talking about. Uh, so what they've announced is that, or announced rather in a line of tweets, that basically they've announced that they're
No
not
reprint.
doing reprints.
No reprint.
None. Not a single reprint. They
Nice.
Someone asked what are the odds he will do limited runs of old sets in the future. Also, thanks for looking at the community ideas for enhanced gameplay. Literally just said 2 words. Absolutely zero. Like they didn't even play. Like I think that's how cold it is. The first one is like absolutely zero.
Like,
Like
at
they didn't even,
least have a corporate statement. This is terrible.
no, it's even worse because like they said also thanks for looking at the community ideas for enhanced gameplay. Like they just absolutely zero. They didn't even acknowledge the second question, the second part of like, hey, thanks for at least looking at the community guidance enhanced gameplay.
Right.
There's like no. Are there any
No.
chances at least reprints of older cards? Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
When they're gone, we'll never print them again.
You know what the dumbest part about this is? They printed Product Green and Delinquent to it, then said no reprints ever. Like, I
It's,
get no reprinting the support. I mean, the no reprinting the VTubers. It's still dumb, by the way.
uh,
But not reprinting the supporter cards is wild.
no, 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 no. Oh God, I got an ad. I got an ad on your stream as we're talking. So yeah, you're gonna have to look at
Your
this
money.
trash out ad here. But
Oh, give me my cents, punk. I'm kidding.
all right. So let's talk about this.
Yeah.
So this is a game in which they did not have any good rules. The
Yep.
design of the card frame is not in a way that allows for collectability to be really worth something. They want to buy set 4 sets in, by the way,
Yep.
start a competitive scene.
Uh-huh.
And have now said that and have now basically said in a string of tweets, not like an actual, like, full tweet
Announcement.
and details about this, said that
Just snuck it in there.
no cards or sets will ever be reprinted. Once they are gone, they are gone.
Never, never, forever, never.
I hope Gamer Sums burns to the ground for this. I've never seen a card game so mismanaged. And we just talked about Build Divide dying. I mean, we just talked about Battle Spirits dying last time. But Battle Spirits was mismanaged was mostly mismanaged in certain ways. They're just like, yeah, I don't know how else. Which is mismanaged in ways that's like, okay, this just kind of piled up in a way that's just like, yeah, y'all screwed. I don't know how we got here, but yeah. Vcard from the jump is saying, like, if there wasn't a thing to say that this game was a scam, this is it now.
Dude, if GamerSubs actually like suffers from a V-card and takes a hit to like their populator or whatever, I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I just want to buy some like energy drink powder online without being hit with Gamer Girl shower water, but powdered. That's all GamerSubs is at this point. I let me buy some energy drinks, please.
Like listen, man. It should have been a immediate thing when it's like a game is being made by a company who sells cinder titty sweat flavored drink. Like, I can't. Like,
look, man,
it should have been the first sign.
Look, I gotta have my wife a cup of my Bowberry armpit sweat and blueberry drink, man. I need it.
But just the more and more I just see of this stupid game, the more I'm just like, why?
Why do you exist? Pokemon.
No, Pokemon is Hololive.
No.
This is
the only reason V-Card exists right now.
Oh, that's what you meant.
Not on a gameplay level. But fundamentally, this is just a cash grab to get in on the Poke hype with zero thought or care put into it.
Yeah, and then they're going to immediately die because Bushiroad decided to actually lock in for once.
Yeah.
Bushiroad locked in, and it was just to kill the Gamer Drink Studios game. Like, ain't no way in hell is this game gonna make it to set 4 and say we're gonna hold tournaments for cards that people can't get access to.
You know what the crazy part about this whole thing is about the no reprints policy?
What?
This is gonna be a funny little breakdown, right?
Okay. Break it down.
Let's think about card availability for a second, right? So you have first edition. You know, orders are already closed for that one like months ago, right? People still haven't gotten those cards yet. First edition's already closed. The people who order, Unlimited's already closed forever. The people who already ordered first edition, they didn't even have the cards to buy before buying Unlimited. And now, you know, those people buying Unlimited aren't going to get their cards for apparently 12 to 16 months. Weeks, sorry. Which means you're still got like, what, 3 to 4 months of not having your cards by the time set 2 is announced. And then we're just going to keep the cycle going. Every single release where no one has their card.
Let's not forget also, also saying they're going to re-edit the rules.
For Unlimited. And they closed the pre-orders without mentioning what those changes were.
Mm-hmm. Like, are cards going to
So
change? Are only the rules going to change? Are cards going to
so
change?
we're in a state here where this card game has sold to people entirely on the theoretical concept of cards. And there is no reprint. So you are buying concepts
I
every
have
time you buy a
concepts of
box.
a plan.
Concepts of a plan. There was an idea of cardboard that you are purchasing from this energy drink company.
And
The
whether
idea
it's
of
the same
cardboard.
as the cards you released 2 weeks ago is
We
also
do
in
not know.
question. And not only that, they're going to be functionally unique as
Azers.
considering they now also said they want to add in new elements, new card types, new etc. If there is a staple in any of those sets heading to set 5 or the tournament scene,
Right.
guess what? That card is now effectively going to be screwed on the secondary market.
Right. I
And
mean,
with
let's
no
think about
and
this for a
with
second. A draw 2 is gone. They have put a basic draw spell into the vault forever.
no, what's even what the actual thing is? Guess what that means now? That means you either have to do a functional reprint, as in it's not exactly going to be Happiness Sean, but like, I don't know, something else but has the same effect.
Right.
Or you now have to power creep the card every time you want to release something similar.
I can see functional reprints happening.
I mean, that's
Or
kind of what they have to do unless they turn their back on this, because
right.
you can't say officially we're never printing the same card ever again, and then not and then just watch as your game burns to the ground. Like, you, especially if it
You
is
know
true
what?
that, like, Shy Lily actually wants this to succeed.
You know what makes this whole thing
Like,
worse?
I legitimately have to think, like, how on earth, as you as a person who actually has some stake in co-ownership in the company, look at the state of this, look how the game goes in set 2 and set 3, and look people dead in the face and say, I'm still going to support them and still sell this product.
Like, look, and the worst part about this whole set of things, right? And especially like the way this tweet is just in the replies. Shy Lily, Cinder, and gamer subs themselves have all been saying different things and making news announcements of their own independently and contradictory to each other.
Yeah. And for what I hear, Shy Lily pissed off at Cinder because, like, what are you saying? That's not at all.
Right.
So it really is like, so y'all just, the team and those two just have no communicative anything going on here.
We really have Team Red versus Team Blue here. And there's some random drink company in the middle.
And it's just like, how do you explain this? How, like like
You know,
I know this
I'm done dissing Akeda. I'm done. Officially done getting on Akeda's case. He actually is nowhere near the worst like card game creator.
no,
I'm
because at least
sorry, Shy
Akeda,
Lily. You have
no, because at least Akeda knows what to make a car, how to make a card game, even if it doesn't
right.
work out in the end. Granted, some of the things that happen with Gate Ruler were kind of out of his control. For example, like just the Kidani being the biggest hater in the market.
But as we've learned recently, clearly Gate Ruler for some strange reason has the mandate of heaven.
It does. It's just like, it's just how do you actually say this? And it's like, if this game were to flop, which is kind of hard because like I don't know how this game's gonna kind of look at, because it's like everyone right now is gonna like, this is just a scam. If you bought into this and legitimately thought it's gonna be a real game, especially if you get to set 4 and this game dies, like you look like an idiot. But there's gonna be
I
people
mean, I
like,
love the copium from people. You guys bought the wifey card game for like an actual game. It's like, yes, you can't call yourself a game and not expect people to actually judge on the qualities of being a game, you idiot.
uh-huh. Like it was like, oh yeah, we've got new trading cards and everything, right? It's like that's different than a card game, and you say you want to have tournaments.
Dude, imagine being a card shop, right? And like some distributor comes to you for V card and they just like roll out all the merch and supplies and you're like
Dog, I can't sell this stuff. No, here's the problem. Are they even gonna put this in any store at all?
if
Like
they want tournament support, they kind of have to.
that's the problem. I'm like, I don't know who. Like I saw Speed Robo literally say, "Hey man, just let me advise y'all." I would do that. I would trust Speed Robo with V card. That I would trust anybody working on this game at this point. And that's not to say like, oh, Speed Robo sucks as games are. No, I'm just saying that because the motherfucker knows how to put games together. I would trust damn near anyone else in the TCG landscape right now. I
Right.
would trust Robbie Cole to handle V card better than these motherfuckers.
Man, I can handle V card better. I don't know a thing
I
about
really
actually running
thought of
any
a new
operation.
concept to just change the rule that doesn't invalidate card design and make people
I
pissed
already
off.
I already figured out how to do it. That's the best part. I'm
We
that
both
good.
did. It like out of nowhere. It was like, bro, we could figure this out if we just conversate.
Like we both
And
independently said, "Hey, we fixed V card."
like, goddamn, like give me MBT and Nova. We go back, rerun the rules again, fix it up from there. Right? I was like, already, I saw that. I was like, okay, well, how do you do this? Bam, you change
Give,
this.
give,
That already should probably make the game a little better. Okay, what else could we do to change the rules without just straight
literally
up?
get me on the phone.
Yeah, it's like get somebody on the phone to play the damn game. Why does
And
it
I
feel
will
like
show
no
you
one
my
played the damn
changes.
game? But again,
I want them to admit nobody actually played V card when they were designing. I want them to admit nobody played the game.
they won't admit it.
Yeah.
They won't admit it unless somebody like there actually says like, yeah, no.
Perhaps. Honestly, I imagine if anyone would, it would be probably be like Cinder, just like saying it just to torch the entire project.
That
Yeah,
would
nobody actually played this.
that would be the ramifications of Cinder specifically saying that would be damaging to everybody.
Team Cap versus Team Iron Man, Team Bow versus Team Cinder. It's
That's
V
not
card
Tao.
Civil
Like
War.
Shiley is like her one of her friends, right? It's
Right.
like that's actually just some that's some bitch
I
shit. I'm
get
not
the
gonna
world
cap.
is
Like
dark and confused
to say,
sometimes.
yeah,
I'm
nobody
sorry.
played this game my friend made before we released it.
Right.
It's like then y'all ain't friends no more, then.
You all spend money on the idea of a game. I'm sorry.
Like the ramifications of the non of like the I guess like indie-ish VTuber landscape, like the high indie VTuber landscape would be insane. Because
Yeah.
that's someone snitching. That's a snitch.
The industry needs a shakeup. I'm sorry. I want some chaos here. I want things to start toppling.
You just want an industry crash out of the highest proportion.
Look, all right. I have on my bucket list, or when it's to crash and somehow be mentioned in like one of the ads positively. All right. I just want to be mentioned during the great crash out somehow. It's on my list.
Oh boy. Okay. So you shouldn't. I know it's kind of weird to spend all this time on like two lines of text, but this is kind of
It's two very
important.
important lines of text.
Yeah. It's like you're doing everything wrong. Like you've done like you actually made a new checklist on how to not handle a card game. Like, that's
You know,
insane.
I just checked the card list for Vcard. I'm like, oh, yeah, this card, specific card, not getting a reprint kind of sinks the entire game. Like, I found the one card that would like sink the entire game if there's no reprint of it. Here it is.
Wait, what?
For every card you have in play, gain +1 power level.
Okay, hold on just a second. What the fuck? Why is that a card?
The longer the round goes, the stronger this card. It's pretty much an instant win.
Like knowing how the game actually works, it's like this card is no that like
Insane.
no correction. That's two cards that sinks the game, bro. Like, cause no
Yeah.
three actually. You can't you have to either functionally reprint it, or you have to reprint functionally reprint it or power creep it.
Like a lot of these cards like are incredibly busted for like set one shenanigans. Like, why?
I don't I don't know. Okay. This game's screwed,
Yep.
and I fear for the fallout that might happen.
The
That's the part.
funniest part about the fallout is that like if it happens, will like anyone even notice?
So here's my thing. It either will be, oh, no one will care, it won't matter, move on, or
It's really loud.
it's so loud it messes with two communities.
The entire VTuber sphere and the TCG collector sphere all just melting down.
It's just kind of crazy.
Because if you listen to what they said, they made it well over $1 million already and sold like 25,000 plus boxes on first edition. There was a lot of eyes on this game. And every single 2-bit medium to high level indie person has like put their name on or like killed the game in some way, shape, or form. Their names are all on this.
Yep. It's like, guys, you supported effectively a super scam.
Right.
And so now it's just like, all right, so did y'all have some money coming into this? right? Like, this is the type of shit that could get you audited. That could hit you with an actual case.
Right.
Like, if you told me a TCG could get a RICO, I would not believe you until I saw this game.
Well, I mean, if you look at the links, I mean, people were just like shilling the game just to get a chance to get their own waifu cup. They got stake in this.
I'm still
That's how game solutions work. Actually, shill our stuff, but we may get you your own waifu cup.
like, I just think more and more about how just that coefficient card makes me frustrated.
Look, I'm more mad that Tectone got a card.
I mean that too, but it's like, bro, why are you using your wife to shield another girl? Why not use your? Why not we have like the my body as a shield kind of thing? And it's like it's him protecting his girl, his now wife. Like I still can't get over that card art. It's trash. And I don't mean technical. Like the artist was really good, but I mean just like the concept pisses me off. Cause it's like, bro,
Right.
I would never have my wife as a shield and use her to protect another hoe.
Like everything about
We gotta
this
get
is
off this,
just
bro. We gotta
so
get off this.
bad.
I'm losing it, bro. I'm losing it. We gotta move on. We gotta move on. We
Dude.
gotta move on, please.
I'll help
What
you
are
out,
you
man.
gonna say when we
I'm
go?
gonna take a quick break myself. I'll be back in a minute. All right. Just keep ranting. All right. Enough of time.
I don't want to keep ranting, bro.
Do it.
Hurry up. Okay, so I know just kind of out of nowhere, we just kind of like, oh man, here I am, just like shitting on, or like partially shitting on, but also like confusing why, I know the whole thing about like, oh, man, why on earth am I out here worried about another man's wife or fiance or whatever? And I'll take this off right now so I can have a good point to cut if I need to. I say that because no plan, please, no. But I say that to say that there's just parts of this game that feel wrong, and the fact that that is one of them also just kind of makes it, just the way that is implemented feels like just really messy. Now again, I don't know if they talked about it or whatever, right? But it is still like, I know it's probably like the idea of like, oh man, I'm on a card, and not really understanding the potential ramifications of that, or like just kind of like not really caring. I don't know, but it's like it to me it just matches the things about it just it is the epitome to me of why Vcard has pissed me off so much.
Yeah.
Even further, because Tectone is one whole thing. You can just say he's just bald, nigga. Like, but to have a person like, because I know Coefficient from, not know Coefficient, like I know of Coefficient. That's a better way to say it. And how he cares about his girl, he cares about Faith. He loves that girl. And the fact that instead of using that as, or like using the easiest layup of a white knight defending the waifu by using like my body as a shield and instead taking it as, and instead of using it to be some sort of, I feel like I might actually just burn bridges and might make a short on why that card pisses me off so much. But the fact that that entire actual that art should have been the easiest layup of basically copying my
Yeah.
body as a shield, and instead using his girl as a shield for him and another girl that I don't even know who that is, feels so wrong that it misses the like that's a layup so easy. A grade schooler could lay that up and get it, and it's just like, bro, I know this is weird me talking about another nigga's wife, but I just can't. And you know how I am now when I'm just like, I'm out here just saying the N word at this point, just spewing it out, bro. Like I know I'm trying to say it there, but it's like, bro, ooh, all right. Let me turn back the actual the article viewer, and we just get back to the next thing. All right, we move on to the next piece of news,
All right.
which
Look,
is
I'm just saying we haven't made it yet until we start lighting a fire. All right. That's the rule.
like I'm again. I might just make it short. I'm sorry. I might have to do it. I'm gonna put it on the podcast channel because I'm not cooking my channel off of this.
That's the next one. See, Hololive one.
Yes, all live, and then let me uh
Sure. Get this all set. I'll just take a screenshot of it. All we need. Well, that is so tiny. And boom. Oh, that enlarged pretty nicely. All right. There we go.
all right. So next news.
You know, everyone, if it's any credit, the Vcard, it gets Zechs more mad than Vanguard ever will. That's gotta count for something. Anyway, on to the next segment.
All right, next segment. I was looking at something there. Oh yeah, speaking of people being pissed off, thanks for Fuzzy to update Tampa's standard results. First to fourth place, which I knew from a judge. Top four was all Levidrus. Oh boy, here we go again.
Yep.
All right. I needed to pull up the avatar stuff, so you can talk about this real quick.
So, essentially, Bluetooth has officially announced that the HoloLive trading card game is getting a English release due this year. TCG players and HoloLive fans around the world get ready for
God
even more
damn it!
waifu wars like they've never seen it before. Huh?
Another ad happened as you were doing it, and I have you still on the screen. All right, here's like the
That was a pretty good announcement too.
let me see if I can find the actual.
Oh no.
What?
Oh, I saw what you sent.
Yeah, I might just put a different picture because that's the actual uh date itself. So yeah, this might be better. This is better than put on there. Sorry. Continue.
Anyway, Waifu Wars aren't real, even stronger, better than Vcard. The real, actual, true first VTuber TCG that people care about, emphasis on cares about, has arrived. Hololive TCG, now coming to a store near you in America and other English-speaking territories later this year. I kind of want to do something a little newsy finally, you know.
You did great, buddy.
Woo!
Anyway, so yeah, I'm yeah. Let me just switch to this while the ad plays. Yeah, and by that we mean Bushiroad Global has officially announced that so there, Hololive is officially coming to the West in sometime in 2025.
Card games are saved. VTubers are saved. Our reputation is not completely cooked. There is salvation on the horizon.
Salvation for who? So,
The VTuber as a collective. The Royal V, I'm using the Royal V here when we refer to VTubers.
you realize this is a Hololive game. You ain't gonna be on here.
I'm aware.
Sorry, that was mean. I'm
A
sorry.
lot of our VTubers. We all benefit equally from this announcement.
Do you?
Yes. Your reputation, our reputation.
Oh. So now here comes the very interesting thing here. That means now in 2025, there will be two released card games by Bushiroad: Godzilla
Yes.
and Hololive in the West.
Now hold your Screon, Godzilla fans. For you see, we do not care.
Damn.
I say this as a fan of the big lizard myself. We here simply do not care. You are, in fact, a filler card game announced entirely to intercept Ultraman, and you have completely failed. I'm sorry, do not buy Godzilla TCG. You know you shouldn't. Don't worry about it. Just play Hololive.
Ooh, okay. So, as if we haven't pissed off another community, we pissed off a community that hasn't even been built yet. Hmm.
They don't exist to be pissed off. They are being pre-pissed off.
So, you think this is a good idea, right?
It is a great idea.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna surprise you here. I think it's a good idea too. I think
Huh?
they've been sitting on what should be like free money for a year, and I'm like, why have you not just accelerate this? Like, why did Godzilla come out before this? Like, why even bother with Godzilla? Like, I know Godzilla's probably gonna be a fun game, but let's be honest here. Let's be real for a second. Godzilla is dope. Godzilla's cool. No one's buying into a Godzilla card game that's going to last within a year.
There are simply not enough kaijus in the Godzilla mythos for a proper Godzilla game before you end up with the One Piece syndrome of the same 10 characters in every set and booster product for an eternity. I'm sorry, you will get Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah in every single release. Maybe you'll be lucky to get one or two Anguirus cards every 3 months, but you know it's just gonna be the Big G and his main posse. Why actually buy into that mess?
Like Godzilla honestly feels more like how they're going to handle the quintessential quintuplets in Japan, which is like, yeah, we're gonna give you like 5 sets and then we're done. 5, 6
That's all
sets,
you
and
need.
that's all we need. Like once they were done, get every card a high rarity version. Have 6 set, probably be like all of them together, and then we call it a day. Because there's no way this game's gonna survive long enough. Hololive, on the other
You
hand,
know that's fine.
Hololive, on the other hand, is being sparing with all of its VTubers. So it very much is like, oh yeah, they plan to kind of make this go a little longer, kind of like Digimon.
Right.
So yeah, no, there is very much uh
Longevity
a
plan.
longevity plan here. So this is actually going to be something like I think if you want to play and invest in, you like Hololive with, if you want Pokemon with a Hololive skin, is probably your best bet. However, now that we have finally reached this point, which I never thought we would, at least not this soon, when does this game drop?
Just in time for them to announce the end of premium in Cardfight Vanguard. It will immediately be replaced in the next tournament cycle with Hololive TCG, and we will enjoy it. I have won. Congrats everyone. My plan to kill premium has succeeded. I have won the long con. We are now a one format game. Thank you all for playing. I did it. I killed old Vanguard.
So yeah, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room. Now that the Bushiroad Championship Series is going to be later in the year because we're going to have Bushiroad Summerfest, this means that if this game were to release at least a set or two in before it comes into BCS, and there's just no way they just don't do it. I fully believe there's just no way they keep 5 formats running unless we have a 3-day tournament now.
Right.
Which, if they didn't want to bother to do that for premium, I mean for V, and considering how the Summerfest basically has been trying to is basically trying to act like premium is just a side event itself by not making it teams and saying you could also get replaced by another standard tournament, assumedly.
Break out those champagne bottles. It's over. Say goodbye to your old Legion cards. They were already in your binder for like 5 years at this point.
That's me.
Glug glug.
Yeah, I might have to do a video on this because I had kind of talked about this, but it's like, yeah, no,
It is okay.
a lot of like people. I have said this, I've always said, hey man, don't let V go, because if you let one format go, the other one is now weakened. And obviously we've had discussions about whether or not that's right or wrong. I completely concede that if there's a format that has to go, or like has to kind of like be let go in terms of dealing with it, it should be V, because premium is a format that needs to exist. But this just means that the game is now in probably, but again, like I say, that still doesn't mean that the scar or like the opening towards getting rid of premium doesn't still exist. And you have both Godzilla and Hololive that both will probably want to slot at BCS.
Correct.
So again, unless they want to do a 3-day like a super event or like a conference or whatever, somebody gotta go. Somebody's not showing up to BCS, and somebody ain't showing up for the thing, right? And let's be honest here, you're not getting. They're not gonna get with how like low budget Bushiroad is. They're not gonna get enough space to have Hololive players, Vanguard players, White Shorts players, Showers Ball players, both Vanguard and Standard and Premium players, and Godzilla in the same venue for 2 days.
Right.
And it all makes sense.
Yep.
Like that's just
Now,
not gonna
don't
happen.
worry.
And
They'll,
and unless they actually do their own separate circuit, which they should have done for Shadowverse, or could have done for Shadowverse, there's just no way. Like eventually, there's just no room.
no.
And this is why I said, like, please, it's like, do not like. I think my end goal should just be like this: do not just forsake it. Like, wish you would never get rid of premium. They can't get rid of premium. No, they will get rid of premium if they have either a card game or a second they have a reason to finally say we don't want to support this anymore.
Right.
And they literally have Pokemon 2 in their hands.
Yep.
Like, why on
I would like
earth?
to say,
Like this one game alone will make more money than any freemium related set ever will.
now do not worry, premium players. We see you. We are with you. In spirit, not in actuality, though. Maybe sarcastically. And we all know you're going to complain on YouTube and Twitter when the announcement happens. You're all going to complain for about 2 weeks, maybe about 2 weeks. You're going to say you're never going to support your game store again for no reason. And then you're going to whine. You're going to buy a standard deck. Hell, you might buy you might buy a premium Legion deck set coming up whenever that comes out. And you'll forget you ever hated premium. I mean, you ever like wanted premium. And look, that's great. Now, please stand back and be realistic. Your format is dead. It has been dead for 3 years. It's been a dead man walking. And that's fine and dandy. But move over. You are now Cardfight Vanguard Legacy Edition. And it's time for the actual Cardfight Vanguard to take the scene. Haven't gotten enough hate yet.
That was surprisingly cold from you, man. Damn. Like, I have nothing else to say. I'm just shocked. I'm like, yeah, I say that as I immediately then hit the clip button and put this on Twitter. Let's see
I
here.
mean, yeah, post on Twitter. I encourage it. Because look, man, I was here when the exact same thing happened with V when V first came out. And people swore up and down they were gonna, oh man, I quit, man. What do you mean we're rebooting the game? Yada 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 yada. They all sucked it up and just picked up a starter deck anyways. Vanguard players have no spine. Alright, I'll say it. But also getting rid of premium is literally the smartest choice Bushiroad can do. Literally the smartest. Is what it is.
just listening back to it because I'm like, I need to actually. Yeah. All right. I'm about to get you cooked on Twitter, bro. Yeah. All right. Continue saying something else, man. You can't just like.
Sure. I mean, all right. I mean, I can't wait for Hololive. Like, if they if like a card shop nearby says it's gonna be running events for it or like tournaments, I'll buy some cards. Like hell yeah. And I'm like, the future it's gonna be interesting, right? Like heck, we might actually legitimately get gift and Legion deck sets in standard, and that'd be pretty fun. That'd be really fun to see. Like, I have no hope for Godzilla. I'm sorry. I have no hope for Godzilla in the long term. And that's fine. Maybe it'll surprise me. I doubt it. You know, Hololive's a good game. And man, do we need more Pokemon clones that aren't Metazoo or Vcard. Holy cow. Like, the Pokemon clone space is just scams. And Hololive. Like, there's an actual problem there. And, you know, actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Clones have never been tried except for what? Grand Archive? Just Grand Archive, right?
I'm not sure. Wait, you mean Yu-Gi-Oh clones?
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably been a couple, just
That no one's heard about?
yeah, but if we mean like a big one, probably.
Yeah. It's like you'd think there'd be a bit more of a space for those, right? Or maybe like a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess magic clones are like 100 times easier because everyone copies the exact same keywords, word for word. You play a magic clone, every magic clone plays pretty like similarly enough. You can just kind of get it. That's kind of neat.
So, now I have a video proof of you pissing off premium players. I guess we move on to the next piece of news, which is the Avatar stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let me pull that up.
Which I think the say it got leaked like a month ago or so that this was what was gonna happen. So it's not as crazy, and especially since it's the 20th anniversary of uh Avatar proper.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's like okay, makes complete sense that they would do this and make it the last standard set of the year.
Right.
It's just kind of like, hmm. So I saw a video that kind of was like, this is really cool and all, but It's amazing how like Takir, which is the next set, has gotten less like look at than Aetherdrift and Final Fantasy, and Final Fantasy didn't drop for another 3 months.
I completely forgot there was supposed to be a Tarkir said like after Aetherdrift and before Final Fantasy.
Yes.
And people like Tarkir.
Like they just now showed the 5 commander decks. Or rather, they didn't show them, they got leaked.
Ah. Funny. Man. I don't know how I feel about this Avatar set.
I don't know how to feel about it too. It's still months away.
Like, part of me is like, that's kind of neat, but part of me is also like, I wish our generation would stop dragging Avatar: The Last Airbender out of its grave.
Oh, speaking of, also announced the third Avatar series.
Neat. I'm
Did you
sick of
read?
Avatar.
Did you read the synopsis?
Yeah,
I
sounds
feel
interesting.
I feel so bad for any fan of Korra. Imagine
Right.
being a fan of that series for almost 8 to 10 years, and basically heard the third series is, oh yeah, no, Korra effed up so bad it just damn it basically scorched earth the planet, and now the Avatar is looked at as a destroyer. Like, I,
Right.
imagine your favorite character in the sequel series is considered a crime, a war criminal.
Buddy.
You don't know why.
Buddy. I beat Tales of Symphonia 2. I know what it feels like, man.
I didn't know there's a Tales of Symphonia too.
Don't play it. If you like Lloyd, do not play the game.
I mean, I need to play Tales of Symphonia 1. But yeah, it's like,
That's a great game. Go play that one. Don't play the sequel.
but it's just kind of like, dang, like, they just really hold the character. And it's like because of how, you know, because of how the Avatar system works,
Right.
like she can't even explain what happened. Anyone who is probably there is dead.
Yeah.
I asked this question. So I even asked this completely because I want to know
Mm.
how long has it been since the end of the original Korra?
Dude.
Keep that in mind. We don't know
Right.
how long it's been. We know like the new Avatar is 8 years old.
Just goes up.
But it's like, how old was Korra when she died? That is
Right.
very important
Yeah.
because it was like 40 years later or something. That's one thing. If it was 5 years after or something like that, after the how that series ends, that's gotta be the most holy shit, you hate her, you actually just wanted to never act like she existed ever again, bro, because there's just no way.
Right.
Like that's literally just saying, yeah, no, Coral was a mistake.
He
Like you can't just straight up have a storyline, then have the storyline, then start the next series with, oh yeah, 5 years later everything went to hell.
I mean, I think Korra was a mistake. Like as a series, but I stand by Avatar never needing a sequel. I will die
Mm,
on this hill. I will also die on the hill that Aang should have killed the Fire Lord. Because
I
the rest of the story is just dealing with the ramifications of Aang not killing his dad.
huh?
It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, kill the Fire Lord, great. Don't kill the Fire Lord. Now it's like, cool. Now you gotta go squash a bunch of people who still believe in the cause. And it's like yada yada yada. And it's like, all right, well now you got a mess on your hands because you left the dude alive.
Mm,
Same with Azula.
I disagree, because I disagree, but we can just like disagree,
Yeah,
like agree disagree there.
sure. That's one. It's like arguments that can literally never end because
So yeah, Magic there. They announced your final set. Uh, remember that Takir still is coming out, maybe. And yeah, Hasbro Financial say that the game is still existing and still making them the most money.
it's literally carrying Casper on on his back. Well, it and Beyblade.
Yeah.
You all know Transformers is not doing hot.
I mean, they said Transformers was got better, more so because one kind of got.
Right. But I feel like Transformers is never like doing great. But I mean that series popular already comes and goes in waves. Has anyone heard anything from G.I. Joe?
Nope.
Yeah, huh? Sounds about right. And I don't have to say I don't have to mention Power Rangers. We did earlier.
Yeah, we're just
It's
gonna.
dead.
Yeah, we're just gonna move on from that. So,
Yeah.
all right. I think that is all the news. At least all like the major news we can hit. Like we just kind of like, I completely forgot about looking more. Oh nope, we gotta. So now on to the topics of the episode,
Right.
which we can move over. So first off, we got. Oh, first off, so I want to point this out here. So first off, shout out Deck Flare. Man's been making insane work. But I think, as partially Vanguard related content creators, we kind of have to talk about this aspect. So,
Oh,
in Deck
nice.
Flare's video, which you should all watch, by the way, I'm gonna put it on the link in descriptions.
Yep, I'll post a link.
Uh, which pull up. he does this like almost like biannual video about uh,
Cost of card games.
about the cost of card games. Yes, excuse me, I just had a brain fart. So he talks about it. So we got to Vanguard Standard, and he looked up the prices for the top 5, the theoretical top 5 decks in the current meta, and they're playing right now. And these are assumingly the top 5 decks in Cardfight Vanguard's meta right now, with Reziel taking the 9th overall spot out of 70 something decks with $800. And the cheapest Vanguard deck in the competitive scene is a deck that literally did not exist until this last set, in which every card in that deck is pretty much cheap, with the exception of buying Other Gleam because it was a promo that no one cared about.
You know, people wanted more generic cards in Vanguard, huh?
The monkey's paw curls.
The monkey's paw is a fist at this point.
Like there has to be an actual kind of discussion of how we got here. Like there's a lot of discussion we could talk about with how Van kind of got to like this
I
whole
mean,
generic issue.
it's kind of simple, like supply and demand. People are demanding more generic cards for some unknown reason. And if you're going to design cards you want every player to want and every player wants to have, why wouldn't you make them high rarity? Depends are literally asking for this.
But you know, it's kind of the thing. If they were asking for more generic cards to put in their deck, but I don't think they were talking about like high rarity. And I think also the fact that sets basically are still, they've added the amount of triple rares, but not increased the amount of actual like triple rares in a box for
Right.
pull rates is the bigger issue.
Yeah, that's the bigger one.
Because you've added more to the pool of stuff we pull out, but we can't get more off of that.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. Secondly, it's almost like the support that you do give feels so outdated, or feels like so outdated that it's just like there. Like for example, I feel like a pre-Divines era deck should not have a lot of generics. But when I
Yeah.
saw the updated, like some of the updated lists for what's the name? Astroika, the Amajest Stars.
Yeah.
Every card except Bifrons, which is a semi-generic card, and like one other card, was
Is
basically
generic.
all generics. And it made me sick. And I'm like, dude, you have cards in the deck already there. Why did you need to switch this up? And it's like, and the only reason I can say is the cards are, the old cards are so outdated, they literally just kicked them out because I'd rather have this.
And Rezo is just good stuff turbo.
Like, I think the real thing is like Rezo could literally fit in anything. Like,
right.
Like Reziel has a whole support thing. Like you could make a deck of Reziel out of cards that just have its name and it works. But if we're talking about for competitive,
right?
Like, that's the main thing. This whole time about meta competitive things. That's
it's a competitive card game.
In a competitive aspect of the card game, The most optimal one costs $800, and that's mostly because it's filled with cards that have not seen reprints. Theragon's been only reprinted once, and it was at the start of the Vines era.
Oh no.
Festival Booster
Like,
basically was, for lack of a better term, is basically a giant short print set. So the generic from that dual nation in there is expensive off rip. Like I saw people selling it at BCS for like $57 to $70. The vendors sell that for 50, 70.
crazy.
The Latifa like clone, which is like you play it after you play it order, you search it out. That costs money because it's from a set that was from a year and a half ago, never been reprinted, except in the Core Coral set, which we're gonna get, but it's not gonna be the exact same.
Right.
It's like
Like,
the problem is that a lot of the cards, these generics, just have not seen reprints.
yeah.
And that's really where the main problem skews from. It's not that, I mean, there's also talk about how generic the decks have gotten, but it's also just like, it really is just also a lot of the cards just haven't been reprinted.
Dude,
Like a reasonable reprint solves this, or solves enough of this.
if Vanguard was Yu-Gi-Oh right now, there would be like Reza would be like 4 cards in the deck, and then like EMBT saying, and then here's the rest of our non-engine cards. And it's 36 hand traps and generic spot removal. But yep, Rezo just kind of does everything on its own, actually. We just had to run a little bit of engine and enablers, and then all non-engine. $1,200 deck. Like,
I mean, the thing is, the only thing about this, Night Rose is expensive because it takes all Stoichea's cards,
yeah,
which is basically, because of Zorga, basically just also built for Night Rose.
right. And like, I think the problem we're getting here that people aren't yet realizing, or maybe they already have, right? The one thing that drove people to Vanguard and kept them is like that special sense of deck identity, right?
Mm-hmm.
What starts happening when decks are 50+% generics?
It falls on the Vanguard itself to do all the stuff, and it's like at that point, it's like, are we really in the same game right now? Like,
It's not. It's slowly turning into like not even the same game.
the only deck on here that has its identity intact is Levidrus,
Yep.
and it's only this expensive because it has the same problem that Reziel and Leodium, or Reziel technically, uh, Night Rose and technically Leodium have, is that it has one card. Well, technically, it has the main thing from Reziel, which it has one card, but that one card is a generic staple from the Festival Booster, which was basically a functional short print that
Right.
costs $50. Otherwise, this deck would be $200 max. Like, this deck
Like,
is insanely cheap for its engine, and in most of its engine is from Restare. And in set 7, you arguably have a replacement for that card that they're reprinting. It's like, ironically, Levidrus will potentially be much cheaper
Yep.
If they kick out that card from the deck and put in that new grade 2 upcoming. Like, at very least, it's a budget option that does it. And I think that's also another thing that kind of is like here and there, because like Resident is kind of weird because again, there's so many ways to build it. I've made a build that didn't have that Festival collection generic.
Yeah.
So my build is just naturally cheaper.
And less effective.
I wouldn't say that.
A little bit.
It depends, right? Some decks run
Right.
4 of it, some ran 2 of it, so it's like depending on how you were. But I don't think it was less effective. Because the real only reason you ran that card was to speed run for Sargon. Which, you know, at that point, it's like I'd rather just play in its slot 2 Nadias and be cool, Nobias and be cool with it. So, you know, that's a big question of this. So again, this is number 5. This was 5th on the list.
Yeah.
Number 4, as we move on, is actually number 4 was actually premium.
Yep.
Which ironically somehow looks cheaper than standard. Like these prices kind of look cheaper than standard. And I think that's, but it only like is this way for 2 decks are only really this pricey. Well, 3 decks really are this pricey because 3Ds are crest decks.
There's a whole other can of worms.
Yep. And the other 2 are just old decks that just run very old cards. Or also just staples in the meta for long enough where it's like, yeah, no, their cards are pricey. And
All right. Well, you see, yeah, like Prim's getting a little too overpriced. I guess you gotta cut the format. Kidding. Kidding. But like, I think I know. I imagine what's running your Bistro Ted, right? Probably still is the Shadow Paladin fiasco of V series.
it's always going to be there.
And it's just like, if we reprint all these expensive staples, the card shops are gonna kick our butts.
But that's ironically what the point of History Collection was to reprint cards that have been that were so old that they basically been thrown out by card shops.
Right.
To get people into premium, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but the stock here is way too fresh. So you can't reprint them.
And it's even worse because Zechs crest is getting reprinted in a week. So it theoretically would be cheaper. It literally, like, if you made the crest cheaper, this entire 3/5 of this list gets cheaper.
Yep.
And then it's lower. But, you know, Banger's there. So
hilarious timing for the video.
Yeah, he even said so much. It's like it's awkward because there. Next, we got 3rd place, which is Yu-Gi-Oh, which the 6th most expensive deck is Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
And the awkward thing is, I don't get how this makes sense when like Rizio Pure is apparently 255, but Fiends. Oh wait, no, I get it. Fiendsmith and Mitsurugi core are like 900. I think that's kind of the part that's kind of like weird to me. It's like, how on earth is Rezio's core cheaper than the Fiendsmith thing? But I'm like, oh wait, no, the Fiend suits have been reprinted, and Mitsurugi's just got released.
Right.
So, yeah, no, that makes sense. I was like, oh wait, what? But yeah, no, Blue Eyes being $940 is crazy.
Great.
Like, yay! To play the competitive meta deck that just got a starter deck, you have to spend $900 to upgrade your
Man,
deck.
those street meant $45 for 3 structure decks and then rent.
Your mortgage. Yeah, this is just like
Gosh.
these reprints can come
Ma
fast enough for Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. This is
I
insane.
wonder how people who don't play card games, like, just see this, go like, these people are spending, like, car payments on pieces of cardboard. And it's like, yeah.
I mean, like we just ain't got no. We ain't got no way to. We can't sugarcoat it. It's like, yeah, no, we could, bro.
Fine. Every card game player is secretly a crypto bro who got in super early and have infinite cash to spend.
So next is Magic Modern. 1380 for this. I forgot what deck this was. So like 500, 500, like 600, almost 800, and then 1400. Makes sense because Modern is,
Yeah.
modern. So I'm like, oh, this makes sense. It makes sense. But what
It is the
sucked me the
expensive by design
most,
format.
and I had heard about this, is what the number one slot was, and that being Flesh and Blood.
It
What the hell happened?
was always expensive. What are you people talking about?
But like almost a $2,000 deck
Yeah.
for a standard set. Hello,
Uh-huh.
y'all good?
No.
Like I watched a video kind of talk about like how like the state of reprints in Flesh and Blood are, and it feels very weird because they talk about like, man, this card that's like from like range of $40 to like $80, and it's like a staple. It's like their staples are like very expensive,
Right.
and like that's kind of where the big key of all these issues are. It's like, but like, how do you reprint staples without making it seem like the money you just wasted a lot of money?
Like, I mean, I was always right about Flesh and Blood being a scam game. I'm just kind of,
I don't think Flesh and Blood's a scam game. I think very much
I mean,
has. I think it's that
an
scam thing is,
investor game.
investment. Yeah, it's not a scam game. It's more like an investment game ish. But it very much is also like, damn.
Yeah.
Which that's
Like,
kind of the big like takeaway from this. And there's a lot more nuance that he goes into, and a lot of people in the comments also say, I didn't give this a like. Give this a like. All right. Oh yeah, he also has the document right here, which we can look at. So just kind of sleep, like just eating his money or eating his view count. Top 5 decks of each one. So this is where I saw you know I saw this posted on Twitter about the stats here, so we could see this, right? Uh, the fact I just feel like it's so wrong to see a Vanguard deck being the top 10 most expensive
be so
competitive
high.
decks in card games. Like, it feels wrong.
We were always supposed to be the cheap purchases card game, yeah.
And I feel like the problem is that people are gonna take this away and be like, "Wow, Vanguard's so expensive." Like I saw people like someone said, "Vanguard's a no-name game and cannot afford to have cards expensive." I'm like, "No-name game is crazy." So I did look at this list here, and it's like, I mean, you just use enter so too, and it's exactly the same. But it's like this feels just kind of like. To be fair, he did run 4 of this. He runs 3 of Nibberus, which is probably the most expensive in-engine card in the entire deck. Like it is a confirmed like Reziel card, but it's also like so good. It's probably like the best Reziel card next to Gabrielius.
It's just him and that Grand Archive disappeared between like videos.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with Grand Archive. Like that's kind of also too. Is like where did it go? Like
Not so grand anymore.
I
Oh,
probably says like he was like
took myself out.
I like they just fell out and they actually became cheaper, or just like because they probably see that, which doesn't make sense because Daima Goku is $30 apparently, so it can't be cheaper than $30. So he could just probably just
Right.
forgot because there's like 80 plus decks. It's like I just need to, you know, he was like, I need to cut something. I think he could also just forgot, which also fair. I'm not gonna like hate on him for kind of forgetting. He probably just like I just need to save time, bro. I'm so busy.
Also, there's only been like one set in between videos.
That too. Uh yeah, so that is the kind of the expensive thought.
Card game price situation.
Ooh, I don't know how Flesh and Blood. I don't know what you're gonna do, y'all.
Nothing.
I just don't know how like the interest of your competitive scene gonna stabilize off of that. All right, so
Here's what I've gathered from the Flesh and Blood community, right?
all right,
Like they've pretty much just segregated their own card game.
huh?
Like you have Blitz and you have like regular format, right?
Yeah,
They literally recommend all the poor people to play Blitz instead because of smaller deck sizes.
not the poor people play Blitz.
Poor people play Blitz. Rich people actually play competitive constructed.
That's just crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're telling the truth or
It-
not. Hey, anyone
I,
in the
I, I,
comments,
I wish
please.
I wish I was joking. Here's the format of smaller deck size, easier rules, and for poor people with exclusive cards and like weaker blitz versions of some of the champions.
Well, if you're a Flesh and Blood player, please let us know in the comments if you think he's right. If you've listened this far, because that's a big allegation to say. The pars play Blitz. Like,
Yeah.
all right, so all right, let's do a toss up here. Do you want the Franxx manga conclusion, or do you want the Divine spoiler cast?
Or
What?
oh, the Franxx manga or what?
The Divine spoiler cast, or the
I'll take the Vine spoiler cast.
you want to do it now? Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, y'all. Here we go for episode 1 through 6 of Cardfight Vanguard Divinez Deluxe. We are doing our spoiler cast. If you have not caught up, now's a good time to do so. So go watch that
Yeah.
instead.
leave and then come back after you've caught up.
Yep. And hold on just 1 second.
All right. And there's no way Daimagoku's that cheap. No way. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe. Honestly, $30 competitive deck's pretty sweet. Hmm. Shoot, I don't know how to solve right now. Man. Uh, Card games sure are doing stuff today. I mean, these days. Margo looks pretty fierce. Incredibly fierce. You know, there may or may not be a crash soon. Alright. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I'm in favor of crash happening. That's just me always singing anarchy. Always. Hmm. At least all of it's gonna be interesting. Just needs locals. Just needs locals. It would suck to have all of come in and like nothing. No, nowhere near about to play. That would actually suck. Hmm. No wonder where the co-host went. Can't get Spoilcast started without the co-host. Actual host? I don't know. One of the two. Would a few different hosts here. You know. Really? And I'm trying to say my thoughts on Vanguard until the return. I don't know how long that's gonna take. They seem to have completely vanished to the abyss. To shoot. I was like, I don't know. It's been a long day. It's been a long week. Like a really long week.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. One thing I also forget, I forgot I have a stop recording pause button on the system.
Oh, shoot. It's pretty convenient.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to have that. Also, a reminder that when we go back to being live, I definitely need to also add a be right back screen too. That would also be helpful.
Right.
like longer things. I had to just take care of something else. So, uh, anyway, yeah. So here we are. We are talking at long last about the Vanguard Divine's animes, Divine's
The
Deluxe
first
episodes 1 through 6.
half.
So, all right.
Where do we begin?
You go first. What are your
Uh,
thoughts on this arc so far?
it's it's a weird arc. So, like, part of me was like already worried about the idea of doing a tournament season in Vanguard again.
Uh huh.
I think I'm still right about it. Even if I like the direction, it's still structured a bit oddly. And I'm like, I don't know. If they wanted to bring some characters back to chill for them, I get it. But like the structure is almost doomed to some degree to be at least a little repetitive, especially in this first half, right?
Yeah.
Like, I get it. We have to make sure Akina always just, learns what they knew about Vanguard and like gets inspired by others. Where everyone says like, 1 or 2 episodes to like delve a little bit deeper into their character arcs. Like, wow, all right.
Okay.
That's my basic thoughts to start things off.
Okay. You know what? We could probably rip a band-aid off right here. Uh, do you feel that it was a mistake to focus on Akina this season instead of using more so kind of like having him be like a side character and having someone else be kind of like the
Oh,
main lead?
that's a hard one.
Because I
Because, like, he still has an arc.
yeah, and I'm not saying he doesn't have an arc. I'm saying more so. Do you think there is a you would keep the arc, but like use someone else as like the focal point? Because I talked to
Right.
someone else in like Discord, and
Yeah.
there's just kind of stop process. I had the stop process of like it really does feel like every other character in the almost like every other Divine's character maybe like outside a couple have probably just like a better chance to kind of lead this season more than Akina does, or rather, it feel. How am I trying to put this? I
He
feel
doesn't
like
need to
they're.
be the one to win the tournament.
It's kind of like that thing that always like happens in terms of arcs. Like sometimes there's just a character who is just more compelling than our main lead, who
Who
probably deserves to win.
needs it more?
However, the difference here is that Aki is the difference is that like every other character kind of has a lot more plot that can be used. For example, one of the things we talked about was like Erica feels like she could lead an entire season by herself off of her storyline of
Right.
hey, I legally don't exist. The world I'm from does not exist. I
Mm,
now have to kind of deal with living in a world in which I literally cannot live because there's someone who already has my face and name.
right.
Like even if we're in good terms, it's still like that. You
Hold
know.
on. 1 second.
Hmm? Oh,
That's
okay. So, but like, but, no, let's just wait a second. Uh, Ooh, I'm trying to figure out how I want to articulate this word, this phrasing, because it's very important I get it right. Because I don't want to be like, because this is a very topical, not topical, but like this is a discussion that could go really south if I completely misconstrue my words. Um, I think the best way to put it for people who are gonna hear this is,
Sorry, just my pet's being dumb.
oh, okay. So I was just talking to myself for a second. So I think the point is, I'm not trying to say Akina isn't still a fine MC,
Right.
but I look at the characters around him. I see how they managed to kind of, I guess, salvage Kuon a bit. How they managed to kind of have Erica's story. How they kind of have a story with Now that has a lot more. There's a lot more interesting like characters that we could follow from the Divine's crew. Besides Akina, whose only real storyline is something that is less, I won't say like less impactful or less relevant, but more so like I think that's just kind of a testament to how many other storylines are going on at the same time that are very very like interesting. Again, like I said
Yeah.
with Erica, Now kind of still like trying to deal with the repercussions of Sybil and all of that, right? You
Right.
know, Huan wanting to still, still feeling guilt over how he kind of just like let Sybil just kind of take over. There's so many things that other characters have, right? I think the only person who doesn't really have a storyline strong enough to lead right now is a Suo. But even then, it's like they could find something, right? I'm not saying there
Right.
couldn't be, but it's like there. Meanwhile, all Akina is, why do I want to play Vanguard? Like that's a compelling story, but not considering his situation, but not here. Not when you have so many other stories that are just potentially way more interesting to follow.
Right. So I mean, and it's also wrong making this a tournament arc. All right. Like at the end of the day, someone has to give it the focus stick, and someone has to, falter. Or like, everyone else just has to get like little bits and pieces to continue their story. And while I think Erica would have been a great choice, like her story would have much better be told outside of a tournament. Oh,
I'm
sorry. 1 second. Thank you, Honeybunny, for the redeems. Thank you. But like,
for record,
it's
y'all.
it's just the it's just the structure of the season. I feel like,
Yeah, that's probably true. So
and there's too many characters.
I mean, which is kind of ironic. It's like you think about it now, it's like I think it's kind of things like, so what? Like think about it, it's like, was Will Dress right in just creating characters just for the sake of just jobbing and never having to really deal with
I
their
maybe
stories?
look.
Because when you have
Like
every
I think to
character
myself,
be, huh?
Swoe doesn't need to be here. I don't. I'm gonna say I don't think Swoe and Kuon need any screen time in this season.
I mean, Kuan is the king. He's the king of the Destined Ones. Why wouldn't he be here?
Cool. We're done with the Destined one. We're done with the Fated Clash.
I mean, we aren't. I mean, we're done with the Fated Clash. We're not done with the aftermath of said Fated Clash, which is why, you know, we have the whole episode with the whole like moment with now riding into Draglet, Rakshasa.
Yeah, but like, what's how much? Yeah, I mean, how much aftermath do we need? Like, how many characters do we need for an actual aftermath thing, right?
I mean,
Like,
probably.
actually, tangibly, Erica and now Inakina.
Oh, actually, I say Erica now, Akina, and Kuon. I think that's it. I feel like not having a Destined One in this tournament would make zero sense. And let's be honest here, who else will we put here in his place?
I mean, I guess. I'm just like,
I think
this tournament could use
I
a
think it
few
could,
less people.
but we have less people than we had in the first deluxe and the second deluxe, arguably. Heck, we literally are like saying some of y'all actually will just not matter. Like I think let's kind of be reasonable here. Anyone who legitimately thinks Mireille is going to be relevant in this season is, I think, is crazy, especially after
They
we had the reveal of
they are
set 9.
they're having some world class copium.
Like, yes, Bob Sakura is a top tier deck now, but it's like it's not because like she's not like I.
No,
It's like,
sorry.
listen, how am I putting this? How am I putting this?
The new waifus need to advance in the tournament. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem is that like Mireille doesn't have a story unless Yu Yu is actually the last contestant, which I
But
think
you
we'll
still have
get.
to make the question of like, okay, you used the last like secret cast character.
But even
What arc
then,
does he need to have in Mirai?
I mean, I guess it's a question of what does Dear Days 2 kind of deal with in that regard, right? Because
I mean, I've accepted the Furia games as AUs, and I'm sticking to it.
I, I I don't think I can, bro. Like literally, it's like it's the biggest crumb we have. It's all we got. Like it's the only reason that explains what the hell happened in between overdress and real dress. It's the only thing that goes through any of that.
I guess.
So it's like I haven't actually done it because I do eventually plan to play through that story mode when I eventually buy the game on a eventual sale.
5 years from now for like 10% off.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, for now it is kind of like that's all we know of where Yu Yu is currently. And I feel like they wouldn't just explain where the heck he went in a video game and not actually explain it in the real game in the real show. So there's a, but yeah, it's like I guess you're right. Like Mireille, even if Yu Yu did come back, there's no reason that Yu
Right,
Yu and Mireille would have needed for a fight, right?
right. Like it's dream match stuff people want.
Yeah, and I think that's so. Here's probably a controversial thing, or maybe a controversial idea here.
Like I'm gonna say something I never thought I'd say.
What?
I want Megumi to make it to the second round over Suo.
Hmm. I mean, I want her to make it to the second round, but it's also kind of like,
I'll take the new girl and Megumi. Senka is not a character. Suo is pretending he's still a character.
that is a hot take right there. Suo pretending to be a character.
Yeah. Dude is a running gag at this point. But with deep brooding that will be resolved after he beats the new character in a fight. That is all he is here for, to break the new character's shell. He can stop existing henceforth after that moment, and nothing would change.
So then, what is the purpose of the new form then? In
Killing.
story.
End story. Great question. What's the purpose Suo in this story? Fight me. Fight me, fight me, fight me, fight me, fight me, fight me, fight me. I'll cure depression. Fight me, fight me, fight me, fight me. I relate to you kind of sorta. Fight me, fight me, fight me, fight me. Meh. Eh.
Hmm. I think I can get your feelings here.
Like he's turned into he's already gotten flanderized.
Yes.
Arguably since season 2.
They haven't done that before with certain characters.
Like he's almost like a lightning rod, right? Because after season 1, he also kind of was like the same way in season 2, and then he just helped for Kuon's arc. And he's about to do the same for the new girl. He's a character for other people to bounce off of. Because now all he wants to do is play Vanguard. Until Lock-in, he wants to play Vanguard. That's it. And now that they've introduced like this whole thing about the original founder of Blackout and whatnot, I kind of want to see Megami like, advance to the next round, maybe get to fight Akino or the new person.
Or
Who's
Kagetsu?
almost as surely our huh?
Or Kagetsu, you mean?
Yeah, Kagetsu, or even that person in Kagetsu's flashback, it might be the actual original founder. Who I would totally take as a secret guest character alongside what's his name? Like, don't even get bring Yu back. It's like, oh yeah, here's the original leader of Blackout. Surprise! Like everything just comes full circle.
Mm.
Like that'd be fine.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's a lot of ways they can kind of take this back half of the storyline because I don't think they're gonna go into like the top cut this season.
Right. Also, Rika's on Fraud Watch.
Oh yeah, we need to talk about how they just kind of like sped run the end of day one.
Like I've never seen a man more on Fraud Watch than Rika right now in this moment.
Like, bro, like when I saw the
Sound the alarms.
like I was shocked. Right, I was shocked at the speed at which they just said, "Oh yeah, still I'll be Megami." Like, huh? Like, wait,
Funny, that
what?
was at least a comedic bit. that was comedic.
Yeah, that was comedic. And then Rika gets clapped off screen. Like, what? What do
Rod,
you mean?
watch.
And then he said, whew, man. And then he hits him the man. They could get you hits him with the Goku. Oh man, you're really strong. I was almost in trouble there. I'm like,
Waku Waku.
like that immediately took the heat off of Meg immediately because it's like, wait, ain't no way.
Right.
Or at least some heat.
Meg's making it forward, right? Cause we need to talk.
Like I guess it's like Mega be 50-50. Right, you literally have a storyline. If you lose one more game, you're out the tournament, bro.
And you know what the crazy part is? I have a feeling he's gonna beat Akina for sure for Raika. No doubt.
Yeah. I feel that coming too.
Go on, however. Raika, don't do this, man.
Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm positive that I don't think Kuon is winning a single game this tournament. I think his best shot was against Akina.
Right.
And there's no way in hell that Raika is losing another match after how he got stomped that hard by Kagetsu. There's no way he's losing another match. That was his one loss.
Like, this C block is such a weird toss-up.
It is, because on one hand it's like we all know, it's kind of the thing is like, I won't say we all know Akin is gonna make it because he might actually not.
He's gonna make it.
But it's also like, even if he does,
like, here's the issue with Akina not making it to the next round, right?
why are we still watching the tournament then?
It's right. At that point, you just get a fan service season. And do you want to potentially end like the Divine story on that note?
I mean, we ended V on that note.
That was different. That had actual writing. This is a tournament arc. We're all the difference there. Like he's gonna make it to the next round, no doubt.
I mean, it just would be interesting to be like, what happens if the main character doesn't make it? Because again, like I said, we have so many characters that we could follow instead of Akina. It's like,
right?
Do we really need him this time? Like, if he learns his lessons, like, hey, this is why I wanna play Vanguard. All right, cool. You lose, we move on.
I'd rather we lose in a semifinal, in the final for semifinals. I'm not gonna lie, of like round 2.
It again, this C
Like,
block
if
is
you're gonna have him lose, I'd rather it like be like, hey,
at a point where it's like,
you're riding that high, you found your goal. Welcome to like the realm of the giants. Here's your motivation to keep going.
yeah,
Instead of like, sorry, buddy, sorry, nope, sorry, we determined your character arc is complete right now. See you next time. Enjoy this. Enjoy being in the stands watching other people
your
for like
character
12
arc is
episodes.
over. Die.
Right. Like, nah.
Like, character arc
It'd
is
be
over.
interesting, but it wouldn't work.
Your character arc is over. Now, please enjoy. It's like your character arc is over. Now, please enjoy your harem of your your work senpai, your alternate universe sister, your idol kohai, and literally everyone else.
I don't know. Judging from that last episode, Andy, I think Akina's a one person kind of dude. He has rejected the harem.
Yeah, you say that, but it's not like they ain't gonna try.
I'm saying, dude got asked who am I going to pick, and he made his decision. It took most of the fight.
Like I'm I all right, let's kind of talk about that. Uh why the sun has just been so weird with Vanguard and just like just finding like weird ways to be kind of awkward. Like like I know Masanori's not here, but do we really have to bring in the bring in a incest tease? Come on, dog.
I think it was just an intimidation tactic. I'm entirely sure
I
Erica's
don't
not
know,
above
cause she
like
was.
low
I don't
blows.
know, cause Erica was blushing at the end of that episode, like a tsundere. Like, you know, it's not cause I want to, Baka. When they were talking about like going to look through the hotel.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that was just them like doing some sort of like, yeah, she's still locking his younger sister, still metagaming teased.
Yeah, but it's just kind of like it's still weird.
It is.
It's like, yeah, we know you're supposed to be the tease, but like, ain't no way you thought that when your hormones are jumping like supposed, or you're the right age for the hormones be jumping, and you can't be you. No, like I don't know where I was going with that statement, but no,
How old is Erica actually?
she's like I think a year older than Akina. According, think to what she said, it's like technically like she's older than Akina, like a year.
Talking of since second year of high school.
No, Akina's a third year now.
Right, which I'm thinking Erica's around like 18, 19 at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine, Taizo. Fine.
Huh?
I fold.
What do you mean you fold? Nah, explain to me what you mean by you fold. Hello?
I'm just like, fine, Taizo, do whatever you want, man.
Huh? What does this mean, sir? Hello?
No, I'm like, fine. Technically, Taizo is marginally less of a creep.
This was a mistake to bring this up. Okay.
Anyway, no, but anyway, that was a weird joke in the episode.
Yeah. So, what do you think about Now's reasoning for uh, keeping Rakshasa?
I kind of like it actually.
Yeah, I liked it too. It was kind of just honest. It's like, well, it didn't disappear, so I kept
Right.
it.
And I mean, I know what they're trying to evoke with it. They're clearly setting up the MLB for Vargos.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty. As are obviously they want to be like, when we give Varga like a final form, it'll be like a the Master of Unparalleled or something.
Right. I'm also wondering what they're gonna do for Raziel's final form because we're definitely getting final forms for both of them, probably around the same set.
Mm, I don't know. Like, it really depends on what our main antagonist is. Not to mention, we still
Right.
have the other fated ones and destined ones to still get upgrades if they choose so.
Right. We're either getting a Mythiarch Raziel or like a martial arts Raziel because Arcanist getting the gi.
Stop.
It's his jacket. I still subscribe to the theory. Arcanist has to get the jacket.
Okay.
He will carry on the dream and bright future that could get too lost.
Okay. Still swear that half of this is gonna be so.
Even from Kigetsu's life, like, dang, that senpai ruined my life. Akina, my boy, I hope that doesn't happen to you.
All right. So next week at the time of this recording is gonna be a interesting episode in which Taizo fights. Uh, Taizo has a fight,
Yeah,
which is pretty interesting.
I mean it's a flashback episode, which I'm like, why?
I mean, it probably will be like an episode that kind of like how like every like episode 7 is kind of like here's a critical piece of the storyline
Yeah.
that sets up things going forward.
Will it mean the Vine Deluxe season 2 will have a plot? Who knows?
I mean, I hope so. Man, what was I gonna say originally? Yeah, I'm gonna say this, and we're gonna say some controversial thing to say it.
Yeah.
The amount of people that got butt hurt, the amount of people who constantly keep getting butt hurt over characters winning or losing are just like, I get you, but
But
I'm
also,
pretty sure this ain't your first shonen anime.
dude, you just made me realize something.
What?
This should have just been Gears Crisis.
Huh?
This season should have just been Divine's Gears Crisis.
What?
If we want to handle legacy characters like this, just have the Divine's cast run through the dress cast, fight after fight. Forget the tournament arc structure.
Uh, I don't know. I mean, you have the deluxe system. Why not use it? And it's
Because we already
also,
had the deluxe twice.
I mean, also acts as marketing for the IRL game too. It's like, hey, we got a deluxe. You enjoyed the deluxe anime? Hey, we actually have tournaments that are considered a deluxe, or you can
Yeah, I
win to
guess.
the deluxe, right? It's just probably for marketing, really.
Yeah.
You can't do a Gears Crisis type of thing unless you kind of. I think it's just hard to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is kind of hard. It's just like, man, the fights are fun to watch, but like there really is no plot line, bro.
Yeah. But people also just have to kind of get over it, like who wins and who loses.
Like I just feel like the end when we get to the actual final top cut, there are gonna
Yeah.
be people who are butthurt that Mireille is not there.
Oh, for sure.
Like I know I'm gonna be a little upset that Mega B might not make it either.
Like the
But
five geek fans in the room are just like, well, we already know we weren't making it, man.
yeah, if you're a Gee fan, you basically we just glad to
You're
be
for the
here.
ride.
We just glad to be here, man. Listen, we made top four last time. It's cool.
I don't know how Senka has any fans. I don't think they can be hurt.
Yeah, what is with you and Senka, bro? Why you got beef all of a sudden?
I don't like character archetype.
Of what? Being the hothead.
Hot-headed, annoying rival that has a bone to pick. That has a bone to pick their rival who barely acknowledges them. Ew, what did you think? Blah 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 blah. Just like anyway. The adults are talking, Senka.
Okay. Okay, so I
the
think
one's not, the one's not making it, but that's fine.
one's not making it, but it feels sad that like his one chance to at least get a win was against Akina. And I don't know, man. The fact that he Akina basically beat him without his divine skill is crazy. Like, let's just be honest here. That wasn't a
Right.
divine skill actually used. That was literally just like, yeah, no, this is just salt on the wound.
I got +1 drive check once. That's all I needed.
It's like, yeah, I literally like he literally is like, yeah, I literally just thinned my deck out of all my crits just so I could like hit, just so I could crit you out the game, bro.
Hey man, to be fair, that was the nicest use of Resident skill we've seen in a while in
Yeah,
the
but it's
show.
just like that. If there's anyone who deserves to be salty, it's the Kuon fans because y'all really about to get hold again.
And I mean, here's the crazy part, right? You can make the same argument against Akina that you can make for Kuon.
What do
Where
you
it's like
mean?
the season doesn't need him to advance. He has no plot that can be fulfilled by by like advancing in the tournament.
That is also true. It actually is like, yeah, literally you could eliminate both of them, and the actual
Right.
storyline does not change.
Yep. And but as I've said, every time we talk about Divines, it's his show, Mr. Krabs.
I I get. Is this how like people back in G haters thought Chrono was? I mean, I probably already said that like in the thing, but it's like I'm starting to kind of get it. It's like I'm starting to kind of understand why people who hated G because of Chrono probably felt it's like this motherfucker taking everything, and he has no like, and he has no real goal in life.
Yeah. We got Chrono 2. It's his show. Like, I'm sorry, there's only 3 characters in Divines. Akina now and Erica.
And yeah, they basically benched.
Right.
Basically benched Masanori. I have
Uh-huh. Mikoto's been benched. They just won't say it.
Like, what are you talking about? Chris Marine's insanely popular. Why would we ever bench her?
And Taizo's in Eric is on Erica's bench. Like we've got 3 characters that actually matter. Those 2 are going to advance. It is their show.
I still think, I mean, I still think Rekka's making out. I just don't know what the hell they would think of to not have that match between him and between him and oh my goodness, why am I blanking on his name?
Uh,
Not the jewel guy.
yeah, yeah.
Like,
Which is kind of where Reich has to advance.
yeah, Rekka has to advance. So it really is a toss up between Akina and Kagetsu on who's actually going to make it.
And like, I'm sure Akane is going to be Kagetsu in the run back. Like, there's no way we're not someone. There's no way someone isn't going to visibly crash or pass through that gate in the finale. Like, it's too good of a visual metaphor to not end the season on it. It's too good.
Yeah.
And he's going to use that new card to do it. It's like, congrats, Akina. You finally passed through the gate. Now here's your jacket.
You're so fixated on that damn jacket. All right. Well, I think that's pretty much
Look,
all we got.
if he does wear that jacket for even 1 second, I have been proven right. Okay.
All right, so I think that's all we've got for spoiler cast.
Right.
I think the long and short is we still have hope. Please
Yeah.
be good. Back half. Let's go. All right, it's time for the final topic of the night,
Frank segment.
which is weird considering you kind of just like left it here at the end. So I have finally finished the Darling in the Franxx manga. Like hilariously, like when I said I'll probably finish it next week, I finished it that next morning after the podcast. You there? I think Zeta died, bro. I think I heard him say something, but just completely missed it. Yeah, just kind of like, what do I do here? Did he literally leave in the entire? Did this man leave just so that he could just so I could do the Frank thing by myself, and that he didn't hear it? This mother, you're streaming.
Huh?
I was like, ain't no way you just left the entire stream just so you didn't hear the Frank segment.
Nah, I would totally never do that.
Well, I don't think I heard you say you were gonna leave for right second. So
Oh,
I was like in the middle of the.
don't worry.
All right. So anyway, I finished Going into Franxx, the manga adaptation. I finished it literally like the morning after the podcast last time.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So like literally, it was just a quick read. It's like, all right, let's go. And
Yeah.
I'm sitting on these thoughts for a minute. I kind of let them out on with a couple of friends, but now I finally get to say my final thoughts on this manga before I go back to the before we go back to the anime and prepare for that super thing. Uh Reading the Franxx manga reminded me why I did like Franxx. Like I've already said that. But at the same time, I still don't think I could recommend the series. And
Ooh.
for one real reason, and that is because to really understand it, you still need the context of the anime.
Uh yeah, that's a deal breaker.
I mean, there's that, and depending on who you are, it's like I would say read the manga, but be warned that you're just gonna see teenage titties everywhere. That's also another factor.
Yeah.
It's like you're just gonna watch some mecha action, then all of a sudden you're just gonna see uh Ichigo's A cups on screen on the page, and you just have to find a way to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's just insane how much like nudity is in that manga. I know it's supposed to be like an older manga, but it's still kind of like you know, kind of again still hard to kind of like say, hey, yeah, read this manga and be like, can I read this in public? No.
Yeah. You really can't. No.
Like, but here's why. Because here's why I say you need the context of the anime. Because the manga basically, like, there's some things where like, okay, they cut out certain things, right? Like I think like the biggest issue with uh it's kind of like Dr. Franxx's backstory basically gets completely skipped. Like all they really put in is his meeting with the Klaxosaur Queen
And that's a pretty important backstory.
and his love interest for like a small panel, like right before he dies. I forget her
Oh
name.
wow.
Like yeah, like right before he's blown up. But again, the way they kill him off is better than how they kill him off in the anime,
Alright, that's good.
but still fuck him.
Yeah, yeah.
Like again, this is still like he is still not a good person. Like I'm not even gonna
Right.
like giving him any like I get it, it's like, anyone can change and they're there, but it's still like I'm still soured by how they handled his character in the show. That like even if the manga does treat him just a bit better, it still is
Not great.
no. Like again, if you don't remember the end of the show, he just dies alone and gets crushed by rubble with no one
Yeah.
else there. And this one, what they do is he says, you know what? He says like, hey, everybody in the remaining plants, if you run to the center of the plant into the spire, that is armored enough that it will more than likely allow you to survive the upcoming blast that the Klaxosaur Princess is about to do. Because in the manga, the Klaxosaur Princess takes control of Star Entity, and it becomes like a super Klaxosaur. All the Klaxosaurs kind of form on it together and creates Star Entity, which looks like a baby, but then turns to like that super thing. Oh, and there is no 02 becomes Star Entity or something like that. There's no wedding dress 02 that happens.
That's good.
Yeah, they cut that out.
That was way too ham-fisted.
So yeah, he's like, hey, get there now, because there's probably no way you're surviving otherwise from the princess or whatever Ape has planned. Speaking of Ape, there's just no explanation of what they are. I think the idea was supposed to be they're not aliens, or rather just kind of they say like, yeah, aliens came, but they never say that the ape themselves were the aliens, like in the anime.
Right.
So it's kind of like they're just kind of like people. So this is where like kind of the Ava kind of part comes in, where it's like, oh, we want to be, to be free of the physical shackles, and then they get blown up, and they become what they look like in the show at the end. It's like the alien like form, but they never do anything with them after that. Like once they take that form, they're just gone from the rest of the story. Like they are never addressed ever again. Which is like, oh, so did they just die? Is that what that's implying? That
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's like you could tell they were ready to. You could tell they were probably told like, yeah, just wrap this up, bro. No one cares.
Yeah, ended already.
This IP is cooked.
Yep, route.
This IP is cooked. No one wants to take credit for it. No one obviously wants to take credit for it. Just wrap it up, and they just say, all right, fine.
Right.
So yeah, Ape is basically just kind of thrown away. Which, I I think when originally reading it, I think people were like, hey, at least they didn't have to deal with the alien thing. But I, think about it now, I'm like, well, yeah, but I think the problem with the alien thing was not that aliens existed, but I think the problem with the alien thing was that it never had build up.
It came in too late. Like,
yeah, it came in too late. There was no real like actual thing. Right? We knew Ape were crazy. We knew something was up with Ape, but it always felt more like religious zealots or something like that. Who,
right? Also,
like false prophets, right?
Having the Klaxosaurs and the aliens just too much.
It's like the Klaxosaurs is one thing. The aliens can be another thing. The fact that both of them kind of hit their critical mass at the same time is probably is one of the biggest problems. Like it was never. I don't think it was ever the aliens themselves. I think it was just how the show handled them. It's like also like
pick one lane.
Also, then it's like at the same time, like we barely had enough time with the Klaxosaur princess herself.
Uh-huh.
So it's like this is supposed to be like the prototype for 02, right? This is the basis for 02.
And if you think about it timing wise, right? Like, let's think about Gurren Lagann.
Uh-huh.
And how they had its big moment in episode 15 as well. It's like that big apex point for the series. You know what episode 15 of Gurren Lagann also did?
What?
Have Lord Genome mention aliens? Or like hint strongly at them right before he died?
What? That's also true, right?
He said a threat was coming. We knew there was a threat coming. And next episode, the threat shows up.
But also what they do is, accelerate forward in time, right?
Right, there's also like a 7-year time skip.
It's like, yeah, threat's coming. We move forward time, the threat's here.
Right.
I mean,
Like, we've had time, we've seen that the technology's advanced, people have changed and everything, and the threat is still like in people's like vision, in and out of show.
mm-hmm. It's like, again, it's like Attack on Titan. It's like, you have this, you have the Titans, but it's like the story also is like setting up, more than just the Titans as time goes on, until here we are in the then we have the time skip, and we've basically seen Aaron go crazy.
Yep. Like,
It's just they never gave. Yeah, it's like, I think that's the best way to put it. It's like they never gave the reveal of Ape. They never gave the Klaxosaur princess any space to breathe by
right.
themselves, to where it's like, okay, this is fine. In the manga, they at least have a fight between. They have like two fights. Oh, they have three fights with the Klaxosaur princess. There's the fight where she kills most of the nines of Alpha and Delta. There's the
Yep.
fight where she controls Delta and attacks Squad 15. There's Squad 13 to prevent them from attacking, and then Hero technically beats her. Technically beats her by them using the backstory of her in 02. Like, that's when we get the backstory moment between Hero and 02. Is like they find out, oh wait, no, we've known each other for that long, right? And it's like that's what finally snapped 02 out of a mind control that the princess was doing.
Mm.
And that fits a lot better than just kind of just that fits a lot well into the way the story is forming, right?
Right.
Because that's a pretty impactful moment that has to be delivered right, and I think it was delivered right there. And then we get the fight of 02 in Stampede mode against the Klaxor princess in her Franxx. I forgot what her Franxx was called. And like the Klaxosaur Princess Franxx, which is a souped up version of the Nines Franxx that she stole.
Mm.
So like, we actually have a final fight between the princess and 02, in which 02 does get washed because she's not, the whole thing is like connection, right? And it's like, well, she loses because even though she is, she understands the main story, the main, like, even though she understands uh the main premise, right? Like, she's found the reason. I'm trying to. Oh my god, I'm butchering this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
we've hit the main goal. She still loses because she's just outpowered. And then Star Entity takes over.
Yep.
At which point, the ape, before they die, ape says, hey, we were going to use Starletzia to put a virus in you that will turn you into a bomb. But since you already have our technology we were waiting until Star Entity came out. So now that we've done it, yeah, we're gonna blow you in this entire world up because we don't need you anymore. We've got all the magma energy. We've got everyone set up for effectively human instrumentality. Yeah, we don't really need you anymore. So we're gonna blow this entire planet up and ascend to our final forms.
Okay.
And then they do that. Then Princess sends a laser up into the sky to the ape headquarters, destroys the building. They become the version they are in the show, and that is their literal last scene. Like they're never like referenced again in the rest of the final climax.
Amazing.
And so Hero goes to 02. They meet up together. I forget what the final thing is. And then we get Strelitzia XX, the red Strelitzia that was in episode 15, and it one shots the princess's Franxx that Star Entity doesn't destroy everything. And the princess then has a moment of like Kingdom Hearts' light. Is like, I get it now. I'll leave Earth to y'all. It's like, huh?
He really did just want to end it.
Yeah, it's like there's like, listen, we ain't got no one else will support this project. We're done.
Right.
And that is basically the ending of Darling in the Franxx' manga. I still stand by my statement that Kotoko is probably the worst character in the series. Like, I wish I had a different opinion, but like literally that is like, I don't want to say like she's not, again, worst character overall, including manga and anime, combine both of that. Futoshi is obviously the worst character in the anime, but again, they give him actually
We gotta
something.
average things out.
Yeah, it's just on an average, she is the worst character.
Yep.
We have the whole thing, Goro and Ichigo like give each other the peace sign. Then Hero and 02 find the plant on the ground that's growing and they kiss. And that is the end of the series. That is the last Darling in the Franxx piece of media that currently exists.
You know, I almost wish they had the same amount of guts the Evangelion manga writer did to just continue things like way longer after the anime had already ended. And so, I'm gonna do my own thing and just keep adding stuff until they tell me to stop.
I mean, the thing is, I think I kind of mentioned like the writers are the same ones who did the anime. It's the same
Right.
team that did the anime, but obviously having hindsight and mixed hindsight and being told your product sucked so much that Trigger doesn't even want to claim it.
I mean, I wouldn't claim it either.
but it's like your show. You made it with A1 Pictures. Your name is on all the trailers. It's in
A
the
no,
opening.
A1 Pictures made it. They just used Trigger for the branding.
And even then,
I know.
A1 didn't make it. It was Cloverworks, which
Right.
ironically was also working on the P5 anime at the same time.
All they do is produce mid. It's fine.
Like they worked on the P5 and they were the team on the P5 anime and Darling in the Franxx, and basically had
Yeah.
to slapdash the back half of Franxx together, and then they divided into that's when they, and it's like after I think like one more show after that is when they separated into Cloverworks as as an independent studio. And it's like then we got Wonder Egg Priority.
Yep. Look, it's fine. All right. His never happened. Frank's never happened. The only show like after Ninja Slayer just came Gridman, Permari, and Dyna Zenon. And
Wait,
Trigger just that never missed. All right.
what about Kill la Kill?
Well, that came after. That came out before Ninja Slayer.
It did?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kill la Kill's before Ninja Slayer.
I'm too tired to
I
check,
am
so
not.
I'm just gonna.
Shoot, I'm actually about to check. Yeah, Ninja Slayer was 2015,
Yeah, what was Kill la Kill?
like 2013. Oh shoot, 2015. Oh shoot,
It was the same time.
same time. Well, that's what I'm waiting. No, that IMDb is wrong. Hold on. No, yeah, episode guide. Yeah, episode 1 was 2013 for Kill la Kill.
Okay.
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah, Kill la Kill was definitely first.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, and Ninja Slayer was peak. Like, I will argue it's probably the second best Trigger show. Best being Dyna Zenon, but people aren't ready for that conversation.
All right. So, uh, yeah, I think, I think just really, I think the, big positive of the conclusion of the manga is the Clock Star Princess gets a lot more actual like screen time and depth.
Hmm.
Uh, I think the build up to the actual emotional climax that they squandered with episode 15 fits a lot better here
Wait, yeah.
in this kind of moment. Uh, like everyone actually gets to do something in the final battle. Ikuno is kind of salvaged, but I think there's just a lot. I think just a lot with her as a character that's like I don't know how much they salvaged. I don't know. I'm not a lesbian. That's out my jurisdiction. Futoshi is salvaged though.
Right.
Futoshi and like having that moment is salvaged a lot. Uh, I think the ironic revelation that Mitsuru was probably meant to be kind of like a gay allegory. Also, probably was hilarious in my mind, but I don't know if that's actually what they were originally meaning to go for, but
Hmm.
I do think that also gets a little bit more of a awkward but understandable conclusion. Like it's like they actually kind of pay off that moment, if only just a bit. It's not great, but they do pay it off somewhat
Somewhat.
because it's because the original one was like the because when they got to uh because when Hero got to 02 before they turned to Star Razzia double X, uh it was Ichigo and Goro that took him there. This time it was Mitsuru and Kokoro that took him there. So technically they did pay that whole I want us to ride together in the Franxx thing off.
Yeah, they did it.
So there are positives to the manga that do change
Right.
things, but I don't know if it's
At the end of the day, it's still Darling in the Franxx.
yeah, it's like I
Like, no matter how much you change it, it's still Franxx underneath.
and like that's the question, like how much.
Can you salvage something?
I mean, I think just the big problem is if they just they I think the negative is that they spend so little time on Ape all that it's like their ending makes no sense.
Right. Like, you have to do some crazy balancing work to, like, readjust the series, and it's like, at what point does you just fold, right?
Yeah. It's like you salvage the princess but at the cost of making Ape arguably worse.
Right. And the story only comes off slightly better, but not, like,
And Dr. Franks is
good.
only better not because is only slightly better because you didn't say his full backstory.
Yeah.
You know, one of the most important like key backstories to the origins of this whole this whole humanity Klaxor war. We had to skip over because the anime did it so terribly
Yeah.
that it's like, damn, we actually have to just cut this. We basically just have to like
Just
speed run this one moment and give a flashback to another important thing, right?
right.
Again, that's why I say like you need the anime as and use that as a supplemental piece because that's literally a key part in this entire like fight, right?
Yeah, if your manga can't stand on its own, you're kinda screwed.
And I know it's supposed to be like a quick adaptation, right? Kind of
Yeah.
like the Cardfight Vanguard manga, but
And, like, even if it's, like, a short piece, it's like, you still kinda gotta, like, do the job.
yeah, like the only reason I presume the only reason they really only had it the way they did is because they basically just had to speed run to the end. It's like you can tell that you could tell that there was like, yeah, no, closes out soon.
Yeah. And, it's crazy to think about, like, for instance, like, the aftermath. Like, you can argue, at least, like, as far as the public's concerned, it may have killed a genre socially, or at the very least, it's convinced mecha anime Twitter to think it killed a genre, and that it's not actually dead somehow, and they're waging a war against the idea of it being dead. But Mecha Anime Twitter, I can go an entire rant about how dumb those people are.
So you mean like how they say like uh no, I'm kind of lost here. So let
They're
me
they're they're 10-year war against Gigguk. Well, almost 10-year-old war against Gigguk. Just for making one video saying Mecha Anime is dead.
I mean I'll kind of put a I won't say this, but I'll kind of put a this might be a kind of a weird take here, but I don't think he was necessarily wrong at the time. If you're
At
looking in terms of
right,
like the mainstream.
right,
Mainstream mecha was probably dead.
yeah,
Right? Like he kind of says in that video, like Darling and a Franxx crapped the bed and IBO didn't didn't exactly like capture
right.
the hype, right? It's like, come on, like let's be honest here, like season two. Supposed to let that show, in my opinion, season two doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter
Russo did
is,
nothing wrong.
like the way that season ended did not sit well with a lot of people. That show ended
Yeah.
did not sit well with a lot of people, so it's like, you know, they either didn't want to watch another Gundam show or probably just like, well, that was our best shot to have
Yeah,
a banger Gundam series. Only because
right.
so it's like, yeah, no, mainstream is like, yeah, no, like you didn't have one. Like I think that's
And you know
also
what
kind of
sucks
like
about that?
I think it's also kind of like funny too. It's like when you think about that and like how he kind of puts out like IBO and Franxx some of the like things of like the most recent like mainstream mecha, they're just like they just didn't work out. It's like a lot of people don't really give a lot of people blame Franxx for that, but
Mhm.
never really IBO. And I assume that's only because as the Gundam name, it's like, well, Gundam can always bounce back. There's always UC, there's always like another AU that can come
And
off.
people were riding on, like, peak trigger high at the time, so, like, the fall was even more drastic.
Yeah.
Like, "Oh, man, Trigger don't miss. They're making the next score and lag, and right here is the whole darling in the frame." Oh, no. And you know what the craziest part is about all of that?
What?
Someone did come out with the next score and lag in a few years afterwards.
And
It's called Back
ASEAN?
Arrow,
Oh.
and no one watched it.
Again, it's just because
Right. It's like,
main
guys, the director of Code Geass is making Gurren Lagann in the Wild West, and it's like, and no one came in.
yeah, but it didn't have Trigger's name, nor did it have a
Right.
studio with enough like heat because that was A1 Pictures, right?
Back Arrow?
Yeah.
Actually, let me see. Like, it's one of those shows where I didn't even like.
Huh?
Oh, Studio Vaughn. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you don't have a big name studio
Right.
or a name like Gundam to stay with you. It's like yeah, there were probably really good to great mecha shows in that
And no
time
one
period,
watched.
but no one watched them because the last one that tried to hit the mainstream, the last two either crumbled and died or literally
Right.
killed its entire cast. In like literally, I think that's supposed to put it. Like either you were Darling in the Franxx, in which you fumbled so badly no one wanted to touch you again, or you were
Yeah.
IBO, which pulled a Transformers the movie as the final episode.
No, no.
Which speaking of which, have you seen that Pointless Up video?
Which one?
of the Transformers the movie. It's a really good. It's
Oh,
a really good video. Like a whole
there's
like retrospectives. It's really good. Like he basically. I remember what he said is like imagine if Pokemon the first movie you had your the starters all got killed in like brutal fashion,
yeah.
and Pikachu flatlines on a hospital bed. That was
What a
Transformers.
movie.
It's like that is the best way to put it. It's like, bro, that was the first time where it's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's like if Power Rangers killed Tommy in the movie
Right.
and replaced him with Jason again or something. I don't know. Like that.
Like Transformers of that. I don't know how I feel about Transformers, honestly, as a franchise.
I just don't know what they're doing.
I'm like, I'm that one person that will live and die by the Energon trilogy and does not care for anything before or after. So my opinion barely matters.
I mean, Energon Trilogy is pretty cool. So it's not like,
Yeah. I mean, I like Transformers animated. Didn't care for Prime or anything else
huh?
associated.
Not you being a Prime hater.
Not even like a Prime hater. I'm just like whatever about it.
You think you knew a guy, you know a guy.
Look, if I drop any more takes at this point, I'm actually gonna get canceled.
I mean, don't worry, that clip is gonna be short soon enough. So
Look, I'm sorry I had to drop the hardest rant of all time about premium. That's gonna be my legacy, huh?
mm.
Man with fake newscaster impression destroys Vanguard format. More than 11.
And speaking of 11, it's not that. It's much more deeper.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess closing thoughts. Go watch Back Arrow, everyone. Or we'll drag Zechs into a discussion on it.
I
Zechs, go watch Back Arrow.
will see if I can find it.
Did at least be on Crunchyroll.
See if I can find it.
Alright.
It's that Crunchyroll, so I'll get Crunchyroll.
It's got a great cast. Really good CG animation. Incredibly good. Studio Orange at their finest.
So, now that we are done with this episode of the podcast, just to let you know, the next podcast is scheduled to be on March 7th.
Hmm?
Hmm. I wonder, what could we do on that day? Hmm. No, I can't think of anything.
I don't know. We could do another general mecha discussion.
No, I don't think so.
Alright.
I'll figure it out.
We could do what we did this time and just, wait for the news to show up in front of us.
I mean, that's just gonna happen regardless.
Right? I mean, it really worked out this time.
I mean, just kind of fell in our laps,
Right.
All right, so we've got that, and Thankfully, everything's there, and hopefully on that day we will, actually have a live stream. Hopefully,
Yeah,
whatever's going on my internet or system or whatever allows me to stream.
it will fix itself.
So,
Maybe.
if not I don't know, might have to do a donathon stream to upgrade the computer because I don't know what else it could be. And get $10 and we'd be all good.
I mean, my job is a pretty good gaming PC for sale right now.
All right. So, on that note, thank you so much for listening to the Alpaca Podcast. You can find
Yeah.
all our socials in the
You all for
description.
dropping by.
We will see you guys next time.
Next time.